You're just in all caps. It's like I can see yours head.
Oh, one day.
Put mechanical behavior in a punch.
That's the thing artificers get, right? They get the companion.
Yeah.
The mechanical
Yeah.
companion. Yeah.
Mm.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's, is she
I
like
didn't
a
understand-
wizard or just like a tinkerer?
It's an artificer, so it's
Does she do magic?
yeah,
It's its own class.
Right.
some
It's-
magic.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
not
I saw
like,
it. I saw it.
Yeah, not like tons of magic, but a little bit of
Yeah.
magic. But
That was
more
amazing.
like more tinkering.
I didn't understand the crafting of magical items though. It's like once you reach a certain milestone, you complete that item.
It's just like you just get it at levels, like anything else. You just unlock it at certain levels. But it's kind of like it's just they put a bit more like the idea is that you don't just suddenly wake up one day and go, I can suddenly make this and just make it. It's like
Yeah.
the idea is that you've put
But-
like time into it.
At level 2, you can start making one, and by level 5, you finish it. Like a bag of holding was an option.
No, I think you get it. I think you get it at just the levels it says. I think you get it at level 2, but it's kind of like you just assume to have been spending time on it.
Okay, so you pick one, you make that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just going to put some music on. 2 seconds. Okay. So, welcome to our probably rather much shorter game. Our special game of, I think we're going to call it, the State of the Realm game between seasons. Matt had this idea because he's seen Penny Arcade do it, I think, where they set up the between seasons. They do a game where they decide a few things like, they decide a bunch of stuff basically that sets up the world. So they decide what has been going on between the last season and the next season, how the world has changed, where the new game's taking place, what the characters have been up to and how they come together, and what brings them together in this place, which we can decide together basically and set up the realm for season 3. I'm not ready to start playing season 3 today, obviously, but we'll book our next game for probably 2 weeks time, and that'll give me time to get everything I want to get ready, fully ready. In Roll20, we're going to do season 3, so this will all change, it'll all be new. We'll have your new character sheets on the new character sheet system, which is the same one that Toogs used for his one-shot. So you'll have all of the new stuff, and while you're setting that up, pay some mind to if you find a mini that you'd like to use, let me know, and we'll add it in for your new characters. But also I was thinking it'd be good to have this game as one which we could close down the old journey, see where these characters wind up, and I'll let you know where the NPCs go, and we'll get going. Does that sound alright?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it will likely be a much shorter game, which works well because Kaz is ill. Kaz has got pretty sick.
Yeah.
So it kind of works well that it's a short game. So, starting us off then, the Blue Gnome Group shatter all expectations and save the world, basically, in the Black Keep, by slaying this great red dragon Hoondar and killing most of the dragon cultists in their home. And somewhere there's a castle of ice flying around with another dragon cultist in it and a dragon. But where they go and what they do, I'll describe a little bit more later. They don't actually show up here, but in the meantime, the group finishes its job, kills the dragon, and the Knights Templar, the rest of the few remaining dwarves that weren't incinerated, more than half of them were unfortunately burnt to a crisp. The lady and 10 Hornblade all kind of gather together and spend a good time celebrating around this corpse of the dragon, still kind of bound to the ground by these tentacles that are locking it in place. Yeah, with a cart sticking out of its chest and another couple of carts having caved in its dragon skull.
Yeah.
So, is there anything, I guess, that you as characters immediately want to do before we kind of get to beginning to wrap up?
So, do we need to leave some homies at this tower in case the castle comes back?
Probably should put some people here to guard it, just in case, so we don't leave it like unattended. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think if anything, the later Waterdeep, you have a troop station here. If anything, that's a good, defensive operations in case something happens.
I can stay.
Cool. See you later. See you. We'll catch up on the 12th of Never.
Yeah, sounds good, Zero.
Great.
Can't wait to see you. Don.
The lady might be able to get some troops here after
Yeah,
a
I think
while.
that's Friday. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if the castle has a dragon on it, what are those guys gonna do apart from die?
I mean, the flying dragon, or are we talking about? I mean, the flying castle?
There's one more dragon left, right?
It's on the flying castle, right?
Yeah.
The blue one.
Yeah.
But I think we've essentially cut the head off the snake, haven't we? We have the majority of the masks, and I'm pretty sure they're pretty crucial to their plans.
Yeah, I mean, we learned a long time ago that they couldn't gather only if what's his face?
Zephyrin?
Sauron. Jesus Christ. Severin was a leader,
Yeah.
Well, when they get word of what's happened here, it's possible that they change course either way and head somewhere else.
I agree, but I think if we have some people stationed here from Waterdeep, if we do spot something, then they can relay a message and rally the forces or whatnot.
Yeah.
Lord Neverember kind of steps forward as you're having this conversation, patting one of his soldiers on the pauldron and stepping forth, and he says, "I'll be happy to stay. If this keep needs protection, then my men and I will hold it in the name of Neverwinter until such a time as the Lady of Waterdeep is ready to claim it."
Can I insight check him?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, roll an insight check.
This guy's a douche. This guy's he's playing a game.
Big fat.
Playing a role-playing game. 10.
20, not natural.
Zeely, you kind of looking at him. You have a kind of questioning eye, but are more skeptical than having any real evidence that he's lying. It's Neros that sees the kind of the slightly curled lip of a wry smile across his lips for a flash of an instant and disappear.
Put my hand on his shoulder and I go, you know what, Lord Neverember, that's a great idea. I think I'll join you in that. I'll stay with you as a representative of Waterdeep.
He looks over to you and he just kind of gives you a nod. Of course.
And maybe with some Waterdavian troops as well.
As you,
Maybe like 100 or something. I just plucked that number out of the air.
Good suggestions, yeah. Sure, Mr. Neverember would appreciate the reinforcements while we wait for a peaceful transition to Waterdeep.
Lord Neverember kind of he looks at Zeely for a moment with a slight scowl, and as he looks around him, he sort of looks back to Zeely and just gives a sort of a slight smile, realizing there's no Waterdeep soldiers anywhere.
What?
They've all
What do you mean there's
gone.
none anywhere?
They left.
What?
Yeah.
Well,
Where'd they go?
when
Back to
so
the city.
Did they have something else to do? Where'd they go?
Last time.
Where's Black?
they
Waved them goodbye.
Someone go get him. You, boy. You.
one of the Neverwinter soldiers runs up. He's like, "Oh yes, sir.
No, not you.
Oh, sorry, sir. I thought you were looking at me. You were
Someone
looking at.
trustworthy. Someone else.
Aye, what do you need?
Like,
What do you
like,
need, Zeely?
who's this?
My name is Borkin.
Where's this guy from?
Me? I'm from the Mithril Hall. I'm here on behalf of Conrad Brawnanvil,
Okay.
along with my band of friends here.
Have you got like a horse?
No.
Right.
But I could get one.
I'm
I'm sure there's a stable here somewhere.
Wait, is the lady of Waterdeep not here? She gone?
Oh no, she's here. She's just kind of watching and looking at you
here.
with this kind of like weird look.
But where's the army? Where have they gone?
So, she steps forward to answer your question. Then she's like, "Zeely, there weren't.
It's just been a real long day,
I'm
I'm
the
sorry.
only person from Waterdeep who came.
What? How is that possible?
I was only able to get here in time by you with Ten Hornblade, the two of us, and you teleported to behind the keep, and we sent whatever fast troops we could. The druids were the only ones who could move quick enough, and of course, Neverwinter's Templars and the Purple Knights of Cormyr. They are the only horseback riders that can move that quickly. Waterdeep's own troops cannot move so fast.
Right.
They would have been days
Right.
behind us.
They're days behind us.
They would have been, but I did not send them. I could send for them, but it would only...
Wait, what? What were they doing? They're just chilling?
Well, by the time they arrived, either we would have won or
Dead.
lost.
Right.
It was
Okay.
just all of the kind of leftover soldiers that left last session we did.
Yeah, so as you're looking around, the only groups that isn't with you is, particularly the elves. The elves left after the battle. Urith rolled some persuasion checks to see who he could get to stay. He managed to persuade the dwarves and persuade the Templars and failed to persuade the elves, but the elves were going to be difficult to persuade given that they lost their king in the battle, which I rolled for between games.
Alright. I did think that it was the Neverwinter soldiers, but that was me mixing things. Sorry. Okay.
So there are soldiers of Neverwinter with you, and there are the dwarves of the Mithril Hall, though few of them remain. So you really only have like a group of maybe, in total, something like 15 men and women. Just kind of... Plus the lady and 10, and you guys.
How many?
The
How
lady
many?
wanted to take us back to Waterdeep. My lady,
Zeely,
have
what's
you,
the- sure.
if my lady wants to take us back to Waterdeep, what do you plan on having defend this position?
My men will protect the keep. We've protected keeps before. We'll be on horseback, we'll keep moving. If a dragon comes, yes, it may be a difficult fight. But we will do so in the name of Neverwinter, in the name of our alliance.
Are you gonna stay here?
Yes, of course. This isn't 10,
am
by
I.
the way. This is...
Some other guy.
yeah, no, this is the Lord of Neverwinter, Dagult Neverember.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stay as well.
I mean, if you see a
So,
dragon,
like,
just run.
15 people for a whole keep. Oh.
Well, once the dragon realizes that everybody's dead, I don't imagine that he'll wish to retake the keep on his own. All we need to do is put up enough of a fight, make it seem as if we're here to stay. I doubt it would stick around. Although, and plus, we have arrow towers we can shoot from inside. It'll be difficult for it to strike us down. We'll be fine.
Well, fine. If you guys are happy to hang out for a couple of days, we'll send like some troops from Waterdeep, and then you guys can just go home,
Of course, of course,
like ASAP.
of course.
I'm gonna broach the question that everyone's uncomfortable to ask, but who wants this castle? Who wants the keep?
So does it not belong to us?
Well, we claimed it from the dragon
No,
cultists.
no, I don't mean like the Blue Gnome Group. I mean like Does Waterdeep not own it?
I think it'd be fair to say the Lord's Alliance owns it. Shouldn't every member of the Lord's Alliance have troops stationed here as a sign of good faith and perhaps further cooperation?
Roll me a persuasion check.
$19.
The lady's kind of keeping a close eye on what's happening here, like used to these sort of political dealings. And as she looks to Lord Neverember, who looks back to her, and he gives a gentle nod in her direction, and she says, "Yes, as a monument to our alliance and an ongoing friendship, perhaps this should be a meeting of our people. And when we have troops stationed here, we can begin to move the treasure and return it to the people."
Oh yeah, the treasure.
Can I glance around and see if I see anyone off to the side, like waiting or watching?
You don't.
Time of day is it?
Right now it's kind of it's heading towards the late morning.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so victory parade, victory parade, victory parade, victory parade,
Have fun.
Victory parade.
victory parade.
So you're all gonna march back to Waterdeep at a victory parade.
Yeah, sorry, can't make it, bud.
That's okay.
Well, if you'll allow me, perhaps I can open us a gateway and you can arrive with some flair in the center of town.
Before we go, can I just do a quick bit of harvesting?
Go for it. What are you after?
I'm after just some claws and teeth.
Claws and teeth. Roll me
And
a...
scales.
Sorry?
And scales.
Alright, roll me a nature check, I think.
Can I just say, I already feel like a huge weight has been lifted from this game with all this dragon stuff done. I'm feeling very relaxed right now. Just Seraphina wants to, dig through dragon guts.
Why not?
Take an hour. Absolutely fine.
14.
No problem.
As you watch Seraphina, like, just look over her shoulder and roll her eyes as she climbs into the mouth of a dragon. Pulls herself up, gets in. Yeah, you managed to pull out, like, a lot of the teeth have been shattered by repeated cart hits to the face, but you managed to pull out, like, 3 or 4 hefty dragon teeth, and you managed to get a set of 3 claws.
Cool.
Hey, can I have one of those?
Sure.
Sweet. Souvenir.
Absolutely.
I want to ask the Lady of Waterdeep a question.
I put it on my mantelpiece when I buy my mansion. When I get my reward from doing all this stuff.
As Neros approaches the lady, the dwarves all begin following suit and head towards the dragon to begin to mine it effectively for scales.
Nice, good old dwarf. My lady,
Neros?
a quick word if I may.
Yes.
I was wondering if you could do me a small favor. I'm not looking for a reward or any sort of, a reward for the efforts that we've demonstrated, but I was asking for a small favor. Could you perhaps consider instating me as an emissary from Waterdeep to the Misty Forest?
What? Are you saying that in front of everyone?
I'm saying it to her. I don't care if you're listening.
And I say, what?
Well,
This
Zila,
guy?
I don't want to keep adventuring. I want to do something meaningful.
Why in the Misty Forest, of all places?
I feel like I have a good rapport with the elves, and I know that King Elagathus would need a familiar face, perhaps, around.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay,
My lady, can I interject with something?
16.
Yes, Seely, your counsel, as always, very sought after.
This guy is the creepiest weirdo I've ever met. He's like nice of pie 1 minute, and then the next time he's got loads of zombies, he's talking to dead dudes. Like, do you want him representing Waterdeep? I'm not saying I want to do it, because I don't. But this guy,
You done?
yeah.
Okay, good. My lady?
Look at the zombies over there.
She looks over and there's one of them chewing on another one's shoulder. Just as she looks back to Neros, and she kind of gives you a look. Would they be going with you?
Of course not. They're merely tools of war.
You can raise some more when you get there.
I wouldn't need
Some more
to.
of the dead elves.
I take off my dragon mask and throw it at Zeely.
Catch it.
There you go. Take that as my resignation to the Blue Gnome Group and adventuring.
Oh.
What color is this?
Black.
Fucking A.
My lady,
Yes.
let me say this: that Neros has put himself in harm's way for the benefit of Waterdeep and Faerun, so I think he deserves a fair shot.
Well said. Your fame
Despite the
precedes
fact
you.
his only friends are dead people.
Zeely has known him for like 3 weeks, by the way.
Longer than that.
No, I don't think she has been longer than 3 weeks.
I don't know.
Don't think so.
What is time anyway?
A measurement.
You have my blessing to go to the elves and talk with them about how they would feel about having you as emissary. If
Appreciate that.
the new king is happy for you to do so, then I would be willing to consider it.
That's all I ask.
Go with Leoris. He is one of the knight captains, and he has a very good relationship with the elves. Take him with you. He can introduce you to some more people around and get you started.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate the help.
Well, Waterdeep appreciates your ongoing service.
That is the plan.
Perhaps we should continue this back in Waterdeep after some celebrations.
So I guess this is goodbye.
I only say goodbye to my friends, Zeely. But do you all say farewell?
To be fair, he did real good, so thanks very much. Go to shake his hand.
I look at it. I look at him. I shake his hand.
I move my hand away where he is.
Should have known.
I'll tell your 4 fans back in Waterdeep where you are when we get back there.
Excellent.
Stop. I think I give him one of these. You know?
Yeah, I give him one of those, but I go in for a hug right after.
Neros, let me know if you need anything. I'll be in Waterdeep.
We'll see each other again, Euros.
Take care, friend.
You too.
Just give him a hug around the legs. Those kind
Yeah,
of things.
I had a feeling. I'd pick you up, Tinfer, but I suppose that'd be insulting to your stature. So I just pat him on the head.
That's not insulting.
Oh shit, we have a delivery of stuff.
Shit.
Yeah. I miss you too, Tinfer. Try not to get yourself killed.
I'll try my best.
No, walk up and tug your coat. And give
And
you-
I hug you back.
Don't be a stranger. Come visit me and Casper sometime. You know where to find us.
Yeah, someone's got to keep your brother in line.
And all his spies now.
And all his spies. Alright. Well, safe travels, everyone.
And you.
And I walk towards the dining hall. And I snap my fingers, and the zombies follow me. Knowing too well that Zeely's watching with disapproving eyes, and I couldn't give a shit.
So,
Victory parade. Victory parade.
One sec, I gotta help out unpack.
Right.
victory parade. So, 10 steps forward and holding up a hand, concentrating for a moment, and he looks to you. He says, "You ready?"
Ready.
Sure.
He concentrates, and this little gateway of blue, shimmering blue, opens up before you.
I grab Lena's hand at the last minute just to make sure she comes through.
Before you go, Lenneth, is there anything you wanted to say to Neros before you left? Because you weren't here. And now you're muted, so there's nothing you... so you say nothing.
Sorry. There. Well, it's been an interesting journey together with you, Neros.
And you as well, Lenneth.
All right, I give him a hug.
Okay, give you a hug back.
She thinks about it first.
Take care on your journey now, okay?
You too. Try not to kill too many people.
I'll try.
And I lean in close. But if you're gonna hit Zeely with a few fireballs, that's okay too.
All right.
Resistance to fire.
Same.
Okay.
Thunder spells cracks open a portal in the air. It's a large kind of oval gateway that opens up with a sort of crack of energy and slight sparks every so often just fizzle off the edges of it. It's opaque, this blue shimmering kind of metallic liquid, and he, as it's open, just kind of gestures for you to step in, and he steps in first.
I go after him.
You'll just kind of step in through this portal, and the lady stepping in at the end, and you emerge suddenly in this open space, and you just hear this "Why!" from this crowd of people that have gathered around as Ten welcomes you in to this, just right into the noble quarter, this open area with a white keep in the background and the cobbled streets lined with people who have come out to kind of celebrate you. And Ten gives you this sort of knowing wry smile as he as he kind of fingers through another spell in his spellbook and puts it back in his robes. And you all kind of exit through, and you just hear people screaming and shouting and cheering throughout the crowd as the Blue Gnome Group emerges victorious. The Lady of Waterdeep kind of nodding
I should do like royal wave.
And the crowd kind of surges forward, and people kind of grab you and shake your hand, and there's hugs from people you don't expect. And somebody tries to grab up Tinfer off the ground and pick him up to raise him up there. And people are just shouting, "Blue Gnome! Blue Gnome!" And it gets to a bit of chaos.
Are we outside?
Yes.
I make my one second. Just want to make sure I can do it. I make my armor look like I'm topless.
This topless tiefling just as it shimmers and ripples out of existence, and Zeely just standing there, topless, red-skinned, lithe but muscular, as he stands in this crowd. People start grabbing him and are sort of taken aback by the fact that they can feel armor around him, but they just grab through it. Why? People cheering. So as the commotion begins to quieten down after like half an hour of people just jostling you and celebrating, and they kind of begin to cart you through the town, and people start dancing, and there's people playing music, and and the celebrations and festivities begin in earnest. Is there anywhere you guys want to go, or anything you want to do?
I would like to go to first to the Lady of Waterdeep and say my goodbyes to her for now, and also to Tan Hornlight because he helped me a lot on my personal errand.
Ten, he takes your hand and holds it in his, like his, you can feel his skin is like paper, as he holds it, and he looks to you with these older, sort of slightly sunken eyes, having blown a good few spell slots this day, and weary from the effort. He looks to you and he says, "You are most welcome. I must return now to Silvery Moon, but should you ever need anything, you will find me there."
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your assistance.
Of course. I am always happy to help an up-and-coming high wizard such as yourself.
Oh, come on.
Good luck, Lenneth.
Thank you, and same to you.
He gives you this kind of big, this smile that creases his face, and he turns and steps away, slightly hobbling with an injury you didn't notice he had before.
I give him a fist bump as he walks past.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Charisma, right?
21.
Oh, there you go.
He grabs your hand and shakes it in the air as he passes.
Good enough. Good enough. Thanks to everything.
Zeely. He continues to walk on down the hall of the White Keep, while guards sort of, they look like they're around, but they're chattering and have lost their discipline in the height of the moment.
I think the first place that you're at to go, just when we get back, is to the what's it called, the one-eyed Cyclops place, wherever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to get a beer, some chicken.
Before we do that, do you want to say goodbye to the lady?
I'm gonna go see her afterwards. Just.
We're with her right now.
Oh well, okay. My lady.
Irith?
Yes. You're heading back to your keep, I assume.
You realize the awkwardness of the moment as you look around and realize you're sort of standing in the entryway of the keep.
No, I thought we were like in the parade out in the courtyard.
She looks over her shoulder down the corridor. The White Keep looks back to you. She says, "Yes."
Oh, that's what I get. Okay, let's redo this.
Do a little awkward turtle.
My lady. Lady.
You're-
Zealy.
What?
One moment, my lady.
I know you get flustered in front of girls.
It's not true. It's not true at all. He's lying, my lady.
See?
What you talking about? It's obvious that our group is parting ways. That being said, my lady, I feel it's still my duty to protect Waterdeep and Faerun, so I'll be sticking around Waterdeep if that's okay with you.
That is very okay with me.
And I definitely I'm not awkward around women. That's just
I would be glad to see more of you.
I shall return. I'll leave you to your duties, I guess.
Thank you. This city, its people will need protection as time goes on. There are still threats in the world. Still a dragon and a cultist of some renown and power roaming the skies. The city will need the help of a man who has slain more than a few.
Well, lady, you can count on me. My shield will be between that and you. I mean, the people.
She smiles and
Really, alright?
she says, I'm glad.
Me too.
And she begins to kind of walk into the red keep, the white keep.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
She turns and she steps back towards you, Zeely, and she says, I imagined you'd be here tomorrow playing on the council chamber table. Didn't think you needed a goodbye.
I mean, if that's what you want me to do,
No, never. No, not even once.
it's a date. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Zeely. She smiles and turns.
I want to run after her quickly.
She sees you come up. Serafina?
Just to let you know, we've got quite a bit of evidence against Greyheart, so when you're ready, just let me know.
Turn the evidence over to me now. I'm ready now.
Let's do it tomorrow.
As you wish. Bring it to me in the morning, and we will review it. You still have Lord Greyheart in your possession?
One of us has him. I don't personally, but we have
Who has him?
Whoever has him, turn him over to us, and we shall see justice delivered. My mind is clearer now. And she looks pointedly at Tinfa. And she says, thanks to you. And he will see justice. And I will look to you, Urith, for advice in how such justice should be dispensed.
Of course, my lady, I would be honored to help you with that.
She nods and turns and begins to walk into the White Keep.
Guys, she didn't say anything about a reward. Do you think that comes later?
Yeah,
She'll be waiting for us somewhere. And we just go back, and it's just there in the pub. Probably big pile.
I'm not sure you can fit a mansion in a pub. Is that
Maybe
possible?
It's probably just the keys, you know, and the
Ooh.
and the address,
Yeah.
like a welcome mat, you know, something symbolic.
Yeah.
Or you could just go take Greyheart's mansion.
It's probably just creepy and old.
Yeah, weird. Full of weirdos.
Yeah. Exactly.
Fit right in then.
Zeely, what
Hey,
Ooh.
Zeely,
Sick
what if
burn.
the reward? What if the reward is the tavern?
what?
You would not want a tavern? What? You would love that, wouldn't you?
It would be awesome.
Some other guy owns that. Think you just take it from him and give it to us?
Maybe not.
mean, part of the fun of probably being in charge is that you can just take things and give them to other things.
Sure.
But then what would Juicy do?
She could work for Zealand, maybe. I don't know.
He or she would find something to do. Okay, should we go and see if our rewards are there? Yeah. We go there.
We go there for some drinks, right? Some brewskis.
Chicken.
Some chicken.
Yeah, you learn it.
Alright. You head back to the Dancing Cyclops, and inside you find Jucifer and and Garrett, who came back through the portal, scooting in behind you, and is just headed straight back to the bar to continue working on this little tiny tangerine. And you find the two of them in the bar. The place is busy, extraordinarily busy. It's bustling as you kind of step in, but there is your table, which is reserved in the center, and kind of crowds are around. The bar has got a lot of people in, as people drinking, and and you just see Jucifer. He's like, "Oh, hello! Your table's ready. Welcome back."
Do people cheer when we come in?
Yeah. As soon as he says that, like, people turn and they're like, "Who's it? Oh, it's them! Oh, it's the Blue Gnome Group!" People are like, "What?" They all start cheering, and people start dragging you inside and helping you to the table. And there's like people start slamming drinks onto the table just randomly.
Yeah.
The place is
Pose
got
like this.
Everybody!
They drag you in and sit you down, and and Jucifer starts ordering chicken from Chef, who comes out immediately. He's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, chicken on the house!" And he heads back in and starts cooking away. And you see him kind of appear at the doorway again for a moment, and he looks over the crowd. He kind of towers over this crowd, and he tries to catch Lenneth's eye for a moment. And as she just looks at him, he just like, "Hello!" And he dips back inside and carries on cooking.
I give her a nudge.
I wonder if the cupcakes has gone old. Haven't eaten them yet.
Never ate his cupcake. Casper grabs you, Seraphina, from behind, inexplicably catching you off guard, and like grabs you. He's like, "Oh,
Turn around
sis!"
and drop my dagger out.
You draw your blade, stab your brother in the heart, and he's like, "Whoa, all right."
Don't do that. And I give him a big hug.
Cool. You grab him. These two halflings hugging. He's like, "Oh, I take it you were victorious then?
Just a bit.
Did you kill another dragon?"
Yeah, we did.
All right, you have to tell me all about it. Tell me the story.
But yeah.
Nice. Well, you're gonna have to tell me. Let's get a drink and let's chat.
Come on, come join us.
Of course, I'm not gonna miss this. I think you're gonna have to tell her the story, and these guys are gonna want to know what happened. I mean, people are saying that Timpha mind-controlled a dragon.
Pretty much.
It's crazy. He just
That's
kind of
Timpha.
sits at the
He's
table,
always
drink in his
crazy.
hand, like, "What happened?" And he just like tries to get you to tell him the story. And Garrett continues. He's still working in the corner. You can see him out of the corner of your eye, you can see him. He's on a table on his own. It's a little round table, and he's sat there. Tangerine is stood on the table, looking at him, and you can see Garrett's like puts his hand up in the air, and Tangerine's like puts his tiny hand up in the air, and Garrett's like just shaves a bit off the joint to try and make it smoother, and he's like puts his arm down, and Tangerine puts his arm down, looks around.
How big is he?
He's only about like a foot, maybe a foot and a half at most tall, like more like a foot tall. He's probably about just shy of Timpha's like waist. He's really short, much smaller. Really, he's just a core and like a light coating of clay, and these clay limbs that are mostly they work. They got like increasingly smooth movement, but like he's tiny and he's not what he was.
Hey, Cabs.
Yes.
Are the people in the tavern that were in the fight like aside from us, or not really?
Well, the elves have returned to the Misty Forest. The dwarves are the only people that came back with you, and a couple of them have kind of followed you to this tavern, feeling like they want to be a part of the celebrations and like not wanting to get left behind. Like they were fucking there, but so everyone's talking about the Blue Gnome Group, so they kind of followed you in, and there are a couple of dwarves around. One of whom Zeely grabbed and tried to ask him to do something earlier, and then just stopped like mid talking to him, and he just kind of backed out. And so now he's just been hanging around like he's part of the group. He notices that Ureth kind of looked to him, like he was looking around to see if there was anybody in the group that had been that was in the fight, and and Ureth spots the two dwarves, and he says nothing. He just carries on. Is there anything you wanted to say to them, Ureth?
No, I'm just curious.
There's a tiny hopeful expression on his face for a moment, and it's gone.
I would like to jump up on stage and play a jaunty victory song.
Roll me a performance check with advantage.
It's 23.
23. As you stand up, you play. And
Yeah.
And you start playing away, and people start cheering, and the drinks start flowing, and Jucifer's run off his feet, desperately trying to get people drinks, and he grabs Casper by the collar, and he's like, "You can catch up later. We gotta get some drinks going." And he drags him to the bar to get serving, and the party just starts raging. People just like desperately trying to claw forward and listen to the story as people begin. I guess you guys begin to tell the stories of what happened, and a couple of the dwarves kind of pipe in at moments about things that they did, and and the dwarves. It's cool because the dwarves are like, they lost a lot of comrades, but there's not a hint of sadness in them. They are just like jovial and honoring their friends with celebration and revelry and joy and victory. Is there anybody else you wanted to talk to?
I play throughout the night and I get horrendously drunk.
We probably all do.
Yeah. I try and give him like some pyrotechnics and get carried away and just like start setting fire to stuff.
Jucifer with like flashbacks of the pub, like bursting into flame before, like you can see him slightly jittery as a result. But he's running around putting out fires and serving drinks into the evening. Is there anybody else you guys wanted to talk to before we kind of transition into like the next day and what happens that goes on?
Did my visitor show up yet?
Yeah, well, you're on your own. I had you in mind. I didn't know whether we were going to do it now or as part of the bit. So during the day after the Blue Gnome Group disappear, Lord Neverember kind of bids you good day, and he and his men kind of begin to funnel through the keep, looking for what's around, really exploring and beginning to set up guard posts and in all four quarters and things. The tiger with money problems shows up at some point that afternoon and approaches you, and he says, "So, do we have a deal, Neros?"
My hand out. 60,000 gold. I have a deal.
He plants his hand in yours and shakes it, and he says, "Show me to the gold, and you shall have your prize."
All right. Let's start this way. What should I call you, by the way? You never introduced yourself.
My name is Ceres.
Ceres.
Ceres, yes.
Okay. Well, Ceres, let's collect your money. And I lead him down the steps.
He every so often he pauses for a moment and then continues as you walk down the steps together, and you lead him in towards this treasure room, and he sees it, and his eyes light up as he turns to you and he says, "Is this the person's treasure who I think it is?"
Currently belongs to the Blue Gnome Group now, so does it matter who it belongs to?
He laughs to himself and he says, "It is ironic that the gold that was to be mine for selling Severin this item I had asked you to acquire now becomes mine because I did not give it to you. Interesting how things come around."
Irony is a cruel mistress.
He clicks his fingers and Savra appears, like she decloaks effectively, the invisibility spell kind of wearing off.
Okay.
And you can see that she is kind of bound and gagged. And Selgat says, "She is yours."
The gold is yours.
Good. He kind of...
One more handshake to seal the deal.
He leans out this as you lean out your hand to shake his, you can see that he leans out the wrong hand to shake yours and shakes it correctly, like with his thumb and fingers bending in the wrong direction, like it freaks you out slightly for a moment as he shakes your hand.
Yeah.
And he says, "How did he die?"
Well, a bit fuzzy on the details myself, but I believe the gnome actually threw him to his death from the top of his dragon. A
He
fitting end to a
smiles.
dragon rider.
I have no doubt there would have been retribution for this act had he lived. So thank you for not only giving me my gold, but preventing any negative consequences.
I feel like we've both been an inconvenience in each other's lives long enough. I say we part ways now and never see each other again.
It would be my pleasure. Goodbye. Oh,
Farewell.
one more thing. The
What?
item he wished me to steal, the item I was to sell to him, was an item that allowed him to fly.
I already have a cloak that does that, so it's not so important.
I suppose my point is,
The
had
irony
he
that he
had
could have
that
used it.
item, he would have flown to safety.
Good point. Good point.
He steps over to the gold, crouches, and places his hand on the pile of gold. That should be about it. And he throws a cloak over it, holds the cloak in place, and concentrates, and the room begins to shake. There's this jingling of coins as they begin to trickle off off the piles. There's a chair that begins to fall to one side because it was precariously placed amidst the pile, and you feel the whole place rumble for a moment, and then stops, and he's gone.
Do you take all the gold, or do you take the share that was promised?
He just took the share that was promised.
Excellent. All right. Well, I untie, ungag Severin.
She's like, ah. She just kind of grabs you in a hug.
Oh.
I hug her back.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, yes. I wanted to say something, but he said if I made a noise, he would. I'm glad to be back.
I'm glad you're back. Did he hurt you?
No. An unusual creature. Strange man. But no, he treated me well. I think as trickstery as he is, I don't think he was a match for the Blue Gnome Group. I think he knew it. I don't think he was going to hurt me.
I see.
Not risking your vengeance.
Well,
Or mine. I suppose.
Well, you have to understand, he came after me, disguised as you, but first, apparently he had sent your hand to the Lady of Waterdeep.
Yes.
It was quite a... He made it seem like you were dying or perhaps in grave danger.
One of the human slaves, Lakshmi, he took her hand in place of mine. I don't think he thought it would matter as much to you if it was hers.
I guess not. Perhaps you should go upstairs in the keep, get you settled.
Where are we?
Yeah.
Probably a good question. The Black Keep.
I'm afraid I don't know where that is.
Zonthal's Tower?
Severin's place where he was gathering all his troops?
Yeah, you've been out of it for a little while, a little longer. Then, we may have defeated the dragon cultists and killed Severin, his dragon, and dismantled their plans.
I guess we have some catching up to do.
Yes, we do. I was hoping you would accompany me to the Misty Forest. I've got permission from the Lady of Waterdeep to become an emissary representing Waterdeep. I was hoping you could join me.
She kind of looks at you. She's like, one step at a time. You just gave up a small fortune for me. That you could have bought a lordship with that money. There's enough here to... And you just gave it to him?
You're worth far more than a lordship.
Oh, this guy.
She smiles at you and she grabs you and kisses you.
Ooh.
I kiss her back.
Oh.
Alright.
And the two-
Well, we could get you caught up further upstairs. There's no place for a lady.
She kind of nods and heads upstairs with you.
Okay.
So, over time, like, you have dinner together and like you and a few of the Neverwinter soldiers regale her with the tale of how it all went down, how Timpha, the Blue Gnome, did magic that nobody has ever seen before, a spell that even the highest of wizards could not have performed, in tricking a dragon into following his commands for a time, and ultimately, like, the evening wears on and the conversation keeps going, and in the end the two of you are kind of in there together, like eating and drinking, and she asks you, she says, I know you have now dealings with the Misty Forest. I feel I must return to the Feathergale Spire, rebuild the Feathergale Knights. I am still their Lord Commander.
Yep.
Perhaps you would come with me. I need someone who could help me to train the troops, train new knights in how to use mounts that can fly, begin to hunt and capture griffin and pegasi and anything else we can find. Begin to rebuild.
Where is the Feathergale Spire?
In the Sunder Hills. It's not far.
We could do both.
Rebuild the knights in the Misty Forest?
No, that Feathergale Spire, but I can still serve as emissary to Misty Forest. The Somber Hills aren't far. But I'll be willing to go there for you.
You gotta do both.
I suppose if we get you a particularly fast flying mount.
You could teach me. I'm not particularly good with animals, but I'm sure with your steady hand it wouldn't be a problem.
Thurl had a black griffin that was his. I do not know what became of it. When he fell, I did not see a statue or fragments of a statue of that griffin. Perhaps you and I could take my Pegasus and go find it as a first port of call.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Me too. And she holds up a glass to kind of cheers with you.
And I reach into my pocket and drop a ring into her glass.
Oh, the old classic.
She takes a look into her glass and she says, "What's this?"
I was hoping you would say yes.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh no!
You're gonna leave it up to a check? Okay.
Yes, it's how
Ten.
it's meant to be.
It's D&D, baby.
10.
She looks into the glass. She takes the ring out and she looks at it. And she says, and she clasps it in her hand, and she says, "One step at a time."
Okay. Keep the ring though. I'm very clumsy. I might lose it.
And she smiles at you with this kind of like tiny shake of the head and this broad, beaming smile.
Okay.
So the night rolls on, everyone goes to sleep, and is there anything anybody wanted to do before we get into kind of what happens next?
I don't feel bad at all now. I just want to go straight to bed.
You had your chance. As the okay, so morning breaks. Ureth, as you come down for breakfast, there's an unusual visitor. You notice an elderly man sitting in the bar, talking to Garrett. And they don't look particularly familiar with each other, and they're just kind of introducing each other. And Garrett's describing where the tiny little this tiny little rock golem came from, who's currently gnawing on a table leg, and every so often Garrett has to kind of push him off it. And you see that it's an elderly man, Kaldan. You recognize his face immediately, and he looks up to you and he smiles.
Awkward.
Count on.
Ureth.
Nice
He
to see you
stands.
in good health, friend.
I have something to show you.
Yes.
Different romantic story than I thought.
I'm naked under this cloak.
What is it? What does it count on? It's been a long time.
Indeed it has. Your friend, Nero, I believe. He came to me, and he spoke with me when you were last here. He told me what happened. He told me what you found out about yourself.
Okay.
And he said that you had lost your way. You had lost faith. I wanted to show you.
And he kind of takes you by the arm, and he begins to pull you with like really weak pull. And he pulls you to the doorway.
Okay, I follow him, I guess. I'm kind of stunned.
He says,
You might have lost faith, Ureth.
and he pulls you to the doorway. He says,
But people have not lost faith in you.
and as you look out through the doors that open, there's a set of what must be maybe 18 or 20 clerics and knights bearing the symbol of Tyr. Some of them emblazoned on shields, some of them on holy symbols. And as you stand in the doorway, Kaldan looks out to them, and many of them clasp hand to chest. Some of them kneel, clasping hand to chest, and a few of them begin to say things like,
To Ureth Storm River, the Lord Commander of the Stormhammer Knights, I pledge my service to you.
That's so cool. I think I'm shocked right now, you know? Let's see. Kaldan, who are these people, Kaldan?
Well over a week ago, Neros came to me and told me, and I told one or two of the people who came, and they seemed to have told some more people, and before long we had quite a congregation. Lots of people coming to worship Tyr. And though the spirit of Tyr has never really felt like it returned to the hall, it never really felt like it was lonely anymore. So many people had come, and now they found faith, not so much in Tyr himself, but in you. You've become a symbol of something. And now they look to you to lead them. A new order of knights, or something.
Do they look kind of like, what's the condition of these guys? Are they like, mean and lean? Are they pretty stout? Are they just like bony old people? I mean, you know what I mean? That's what I'm looking at here.
some of them are lean and mean.
I'm kind of walking around looking at them, you know what I mean? Like, not judging them, I guess, but like,
You begin to, as you step across them, like they clasp hand to chest like tighter.
Oh my God, that's so good.
You can see that there's devotion in their actions, if not the most high level of discipline or skill yet. You can see that some of them are sort of early clerics, some of them are like paladins, but with kind of none of them look like they're massively seasoned. There are one woman who you notice who looks like a very seasoned veteran, and a man who is younger but also looks like he's seen battle a few times. Both of them pledging themselves to you in exactly the same way. But there's a myriad across the across them basically, but they're all united in this sort of strong, devoted stance.
Do they kind of gather around me as I walk around? I want to get them all in a group,
As you kind of look to them to come forward, they relax their stance a little and gather, like almost like a congregation waiting for a sermon.
So is it true that you all here are pledging yourselves and your lives to a higher power?
They look to each other and she says, "Yes, sir, Lord Commander, we do." Another one of the women looks forward and she says, "Aye, of course, we've been waiting to meet you. I'm glad that we have." And then there's one of the men who's like, I'm so glad that you've finally come. Kaldan tells us that the amazing things that you've done. We're here to. I'm sorry. I'm a bit lost for words.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, brother. I understand. Listen, everyone, brothers, sisters. What we do in life
Oh my god.
echoes in eternity.
What does that mean?
I've been waiting so long.
You came
3
in
weeks
the
from
shed.
now, I'll be harvesting my crops. Imagine where you'll be. It will be
Yeah.
They look to you with like this inspired expression in their faces. A couple of them, you can see
evil.
them. They kind of look to each other like, they mutter a couple of things to each other.
There's evil out there in Faerun, but there's plenty of good, and we will protect it. We will be in Waterdeep, protecting the good people of this city, and we will go where we're needed. But you can only stay if you're willing to dedicate your life to the service. Who's with me?
Like a couple of them like look to each other, and one of them stands and places his hand across his chest, and he looks to you. He's like, "What we do in life echoes in eternity." What we do in life echoes in eternity. Hey, what we do in life echoes in eternity. And they just
Oh my god, you created a monster.
and there's one woman who you see stands, and as she clasps her fist to her chest, she clasps her fist to her chest, and you see her face and recognize her as Imiane Elrune.
Oh man! That's so cool.
And
I
she just
see her and I recognize her and I give her one of these.
and she clasps your hand.
I walk around like people, tapping people on the shoulder, look them in the eye, Then I just kind of walk up back towards Kaldan. Then I just let everybody know, look at him, and I say, "Go see your loved ones. Spend time with them. We'll meet back at the temple in a week's time. We have work to do."
Yes, Lord Commander. And they begin to spread through the city then, and most of them just begin to walk towards the temple. Really, they will just start walking towards the temple, like clasping each other's hands and patting each other on the back, and they look over their shoulder at you every so often. And Kaldan just looks to you and he just smiles.
You've done good, Kaldan. We're going to make a difference in Faerun.
We will now. He puts a hand out. He says, "What we do in life."
Echoes in eternity, brother. I just cool guy walk back inside the town.
And Kaldan begins to walk back towards the temple slowly, with Imiane, who's just kind of scooped up and helping him walk.
Where's Joseph Brune right now? Wherever he is, he's pissed.
He's mad. He's mad. Come downstairs, like, US, what are we doing today?
Tenfer, let me let's get some breakfast, buddy. Are you hungry?
Always.
Okay, let's just then eat. What it seems like everybody's kind of going about their ways, Tenfer.
Going about their ways?
Yeah, I mean, Neros, apparently wants to serve the, I guess, the elves to an extent. Be a protector of their, communication of sorts. What do you plan on doing? I mean, you're gonna hang around Waterdeep? You're gonna go back home? I mean, it seems.
I don't know. I thought we're going adventuring.
I come
Well,
down
look-
and join him.
Tenfer, there's plenty of evil in this world. So if you're willing to stay and help me fight it, you can. But it won't be easy
Staying here?
in Waterdeep.
Oh.
I mean, someone must protect the lady and the people.
Yeah.
What about you, Zealy? What do you plan on doing?
One sec. Jucifer,
Oh, hello.
can you get me some coffee?
Oh yeah, of course, Seeley. On the house, I think now.
Did the lady of Waterdeep bring, like, a reward while I was asleep?
I mean, she asked me if I wanted to share the place with you, and I said no. It's mine. No, she didn't really.
What?
She didn't really. I mean, no, she hasn't come with any kind of reward. She said to make sure that you were well fed and watered.
That's it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean,
Hey, maybe there's a package. Maybe she just, if you have any packages with no names on, like big piles of like stuff, just maybe because she thought it'd be obvious that she wouldn't put our names on it.
Have you checked the post this morning? Is it the
Yeah.
post?
I mean, nobody.
Is it
I
outside?
haven't had a courier come round.
Maybe she got the address wrong.
It's gonna be like a set of keys.
Yeah.
Zealy, what is it?
Keys.
What is it you hope to get here, Zealy? Just a mansion for yourself?
Maybe just a thank you. How about that?
Zealy, I thank you for your help.
It was my pleasure.
Okay, you still want a house?
No, I don't want a house.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I can try to talk to the lady if it's that serious for you.
No, it's fine.
She didn't. I don't think she said thank you to you, did she? That's kind of yeah. Yeah. Just rude.
Timber, I do want to talk to you though.
Yeah. What'd I do?
Nothing. Just had a few ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about merch.
I'm listening.
I've got some great ideas. Which we'll get into in another scene.
Okay.
An hour later, they're rambling.
Eurus, I think you should have this as well. And I take out my book, my ritual book, and I go to the back and I take the flask out of the secret compartment. I give it to him.
Okay, thank you, Tenfer.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this guy.
I'll
Kind of
take
freaking me
care of
out.
it. I'm on it.
You'll know what to do.
I tuck it in, I don't know, a bag or something. So that's it, Zealy. You and Tenfer just going to open up shop here, maybe? Make a little extra gold?
I like the city. I'm pretty famous now.
Yeah, you are. I mean, I agree.
People recognize me on the street and stuff. It's pretty great.
I just had about 20 people dedicate their life to me before you came downstairs.
What?
Yeah, it's pretty.
You're joking.
Made my morning. Yeah,
What?
I'm trying to.
When was this?
Yeah.
What people? I didn't see anyone.
You'll see them.
I can't believe this. I take the bow of my violin and hold it up to my head. Pretend to blow my brains out.
If you guys want to serve the good of Faerun, there's always room in the Knights of Stormhammer. I mean, that's what they call it.
I'm not really like a knight, you might have noticed.
You're
More like a ninja / entertainer. You know?
well. It's just if
Probably
you
not
I mean,
really my style.
Okay. It's just if it's there if you need something or
I
if
can
you
play your Christmas party.
Okay. Yeah. We'll have our gatherings here. Then you can help us out with song and dance. You know.
Let's do that.
Yeah, at a discount. You know. I appreciate that. Well, 10 for I don't know. I mean, it's I'm hanging around Waterdeep, buddy. I don't know what you're gonna do, but it's been a pleasure adventuring with you.
Been the best.
I think I should stay. You should stay in Waterdeep. You know, you don't need to go back home or anything. I mean,
Maybe. I don't know.
Where's Lilith and Seraphina?
I'm just coming downstairs, I think.
Yeah, you should
Yeah,
guess.
same.
Looking a bit bleary-eyed.
Guys, who are us breaking up the band?
What?
Yeah, he's the leader of a cult or something now. I don't know.
Wait.
no, it's
How long
Seraphina.
are we asleep for?
When did
It's
this
clear-
happen?
It's clear to me that there's plenty around Waterdeep that needs to be protected, and it's obvious that I'm needed here. So I'm going to stay in Waterdeep.
Staying?
Yes.
Is everyone else?
I mean, you guys are welcome to stay as well and help, but I know the Faerun, it's just a lot of stuff. I mean, you know, everyone's destiny is different, right?
I've never really stayed in one place longer than a week or two.
I think I might need to head to Cormyr and help my sister with some stuff. So I can't really stay here.
You have a sister?
Yeah,
Is she hot?
yeah.
No, I'm staying. Forget it.
She's got a lot of friends as well.
Zelia, I think you should go.
Really hot, but I just like warrior women.
Zelia, I think you need a strong.
I like
independent
warrior
to take
women.
care of You should go.
Does
You should go.
sound pretty great.
I'll stay here. I'll stay here and protect the lady. Don't worry about her. Just you should go.
The gnome warrior woman. No?
I don't remember seeing any.
The thing is, Lilith, why go there when there's so many women in the city and they all know this guy's name?
Right.
Know what I mean?
Well, it's your loss, I guess. Well, that's what I plan on doing. Anyway, what about you, Seraphina?
Yeah, I might tag along.
Cool. I heard she could need all the help that people can spare. So
Kind of want to go back and wind that book guy up again. That was quite funny last time.
right. Let's see if he needs a new bottle of that drink.
Yeah.
What about you, Tinfer? You gonna to tag along with them or no?
I've got something I need to take care of first.
You gonna stay in the city?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've just got to take care of a thing, but yeah, I mean, I like the idea of settling down somewhere, at least for a little bit.
If you stay in the city, can we still do Tequila Tuesdays?
Yeah, of course. I mean,
I mean,
what else would you do on a Tuesday?
we never did that before, but I thought maybe it's something we could make into a thing.
Yeah,
Uref?
rest there.
Probably should not. I don't know.
Reluctantly. We have it at his place. Do you have a place? You
Do you have a
gotta
place now?
there. Must have a place.
Like a temple?
Temple of the. What did you say it was? Storm hammers.
The Knights of Stormhammers is what it is.
Storm Justice.
Do you need help with something, Tinfer? Do you have you still need to take care of? I mean, I can perhaps get the Knights to help you out.
Oh,
Can you do that?
maybe.
Apparently, I'm trying to figure out what I can and can't do. They need training, obviously. I mean, I have to get them to where they need to be at, which would be, it's a process, but we'll be ready when the time comes.
I think it's okay. I think the less people that are involved, the better. There's a few loose ends.
Okay, well,
Fist bump? Okay. It's been a hoop.
And a half.
If you need me, I'll be where the ladies are at. Dimension door out.
hey, just go around the room, give everybody one of these. Yeah, one by one.
I put an arm around Serafina and I just go, think about the adventures we're gonna have.
No one will run in first and destroy it all.
Just wait.
Cue my new character.
Someone barges into the door.
Yeah. I embarrass and wait for no one. So I asked Serafina for the evil sword. Couple of it out the bag.
The what?
Hazaron.
Azeron, yeah.
I don't have it.
You in the bag?
Fuck!
Neros has it.
Oh, right!
What?
Can we
Neros
retcon
That's
that?
there.
Remember, he didn't want to put it in the bag, so he held on to it.
No, he held on to it.
Yeah.
I'm sure we put something evil in the bag.
Zealand,
Oh, wait.
Dragon
Yeah.
Master.
Put a lot of evil stuff in the bag, just not the sword.
It's a bag of evil.
There's a lich in there, I think.
That was the old one.
Didn't we put her thing in it?
Yeah, we've got the rapier in there.
Yeah. I'll deal with this thing. I feel responsible.
Take it out and give it to you.
Is that the lady's sword? What is that?
Oh shit, you're still here? No.
Did you give it? Did you take it from her?
No, she gave it to me.
Why would she give that to you? That's her sword.
It's evil!
It's an evil sword that was possessing her somewhat.
Still the time and place to get into that, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway. She's not evil anymore. But I did tell her that I disposed of it. So I'm going to go do that.
Well, if you need help, friend, you know where I'm at.
Alright, buddy. I'll be back.
I think I'd walk out and probably maybe head towards the lady Waterdeep again at some point.
Okay.
Just kind of fill her in on, I got some knights now, which is pretty cool.
Now we've all split up. Is this a good time to call it and then do like what happens in the next
Yeah.
6 months, years?
How long are we doing? Is it like 20 years, 5 days?
Well, this is a little bit up to you. I'm kind of thinking along the lines of a couple to a few years.
Yeah. Like a couple years at least, maybe. I mean, Zelia would be just like probably super like fat and like just like 20 children.
As if.
A few years would probably be good. And then the whole Blue Gnome Group thing can settle down a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. It works for me. Over
How
you,
long?
Cabs. What do you want? 2 years?
2 years is perfect, yeah. Works for me.
2 years.
Yes.
All right.
Wow.
So 2
crazy.
years pass. As the Blue Gnome Group begins to go, it's their separate ways. And I'm gonna give you like everyone's gonna get a quick bit of a chance to just kind of describe what their character gets up to for like even the just beginning of those 2 years, what they get up to, so I have a sense of what they're doing in the world. But while you're thinking, I'll I'll describe some of the like if you in your mind's eye. Imagine as Ten Hornblade appears back in Silvery Moon to find a very shamed nation who weren't involved in the final battle and who gradually over time become increasingly distant from the other sort of Western nations. And Conrad Braun Anvil turning up gradually after a long journey back to the Mithril Hall. And you can imagine him in your mind's eye in the halls of his ancestors, along with countless other dwarves drinking, and jovially he's retelling the story of the Blue Gnome Group's victory in the Black Keep, and embellishing in all the right places to his Mithril brethren and the king under the Mithril Hall. King Alagarthas sits for the first time in this huge carved throne into the heart tree of the Delimbir Etherian in the center of the Misty Forest. And Neros at some point turns up as as a sort of ambassador, but alongside Sabra Bellabrante, who by the time the two of them have sort of turned up at the side of King Alagarthas and have developed a relationship and have begun to rekindle the spark of the Feathergale Knights, training new knights in the use of aerial mounts and mounted warfare. You can see that there is a ring sparkling on her finger, and the two of them look very happy as they stand atop the grassy roof of the Feathergale Spire, this 5-story tower, looking over this huge Desserin Valley, and watching over the aerial knights as they begin to kind of do aerial maneuvers in the sky. A black griffin somewhere nearby atop this huge spire, playing with a white Pegasus, the two of them just playing with each other on this spire. And somewhere in the very distance, a glint in the sky far, far to the north, as a blue worm speaker and his dragon Ragos turn their attention to the north, with this giant Skyreach castle gradually heading in to the towards this mountain range, this huge mountain range that spans from left to right, and it begins to gain height and travel over with him, this blue worm speaker, astride this huge mount, and a plume of dark clouds surrounds this huge castle as strikes of lightning strike and shatter parts of the rock of the mountain as it climbs up the mountain range off to the north, searching for goodness knows what. Somewhere in the east, Mathkar continues his work building the Mages College and the Red Wizard Council. And across the sea to the west in the Sword Coast, two men ride this large ship against very turbulent seas as they plow wave over wave, as this half dragon laughs, looking over his shoulder as an elderly man vomits over the side and flips off Saunatrog, who continues to laugh at Thaddeus as he can't keep his dinner down, barfing over the edge of this boat. Somewhere in Greyheart Manor, Lancelot Greyheart continues to rule over the manor alongside, and he's a young man really, and his fingers are he's a built guy from manual labor mostly. He's been working in the mines, effectively the Greysteel mines, for a long time, and he being mentored by a large man with a huge blonde beard, smiling as he kind of pats his sort of mentee on the shoulder, Selgat, mentoring Lancelot. Nearby, two girls play, one of whom has this wiry and wild blonde hair, Selgat's daughter, and alongside her this slightly darker skinned, very long dark-haired girl of around the same age, playing with each other, chasing each other around the room as Selgat tries to work. And Garrett continues his work as he heads off, eventually heading out of Waterdeep and heading up to the Greyheart Manor, along with with a sort of a contingent of Waterdeep knights, as they head to Greyheart Manor with a mission to try to regain a relationship with Greyheart Manor, and ultimately the manor is renamed to the Lady's Lance, and the Greysteel that is purchased is renamed Whitesteel, and the lady basically lays claim to it by a trade relationship with the Greyheart that runs the place. And ultimately, Garrett begins his work, and it's the last thing you see from this group, as Garrett enters into the Greysteel mines, starts to take a look at the sort of unrefined Greysteel, now known as Whitesteel, and turns to this tiny little golem on the ground and ponders what it might be like to try to build Tangerine into a Whitesteel golem. And Kaldan, Ardnorm, and the Stormhammer Knights, and Ureth, goodness knows what they do, and they'll get a chance to say. What do you do, Ureth, over 2 years?
A number of things. I think first I would spend a lot of time, kind of training these guys up, getting where they need to be at physically, all that good stuff. Protect Waterdeep. I think at some point, if Waterdeep was okay, I would just go see if Unthar Froom was possibly alive or not.
You take the contingent of the up-and-coming Stormhammer Knights, and you head out. Before you go, the Lady of Waterdeep confers on you a kind of honorary title of Lord Protector of Waterdeep.
Okay.
You get the hunch that it's a kind of, it's a method of keeping you close, you think, rather than anything else. You're one of the only only Blue Gnome Group members that remains, like by the sounds of things, that remains a public figure. You're a commander of a group of knights. You have become extremely well renowned around Waterdeep particularly, and the story of riding the head of a dragon and slamming a blade into its skull while riding it has become a legendary tale.
That silly old thing, yeah.
And you take a group of knights and you head down to find the pool of unkept secrets. And you indeed do find that Ontharr Froom is dead, alongside Thel Maroska and the most of the Feathergale Knights who were. And there are new Feathergale Knights being trained, but no longer.
Were the bad guys still in there at least, or no?
As you kind of head in through the entrance, you find a small group of lizard folk who have taken up the place. Some of them are lizard folk. There's a larger group of Yuan-Ti that it looks like this lizard folk is subservient to. The Yuan-Ti being kind of snake people, really.
Root out there,
I think
justice.
we'd go in there and just murder all those guys, I think.
Joseph style.
It's pretty much something like that.
Ureth
They would all pay.
draws his blade, and the group of knights draw their swords and hammers from behind, and they flood into the front of this, effectively the tomb of Diderius, and you slay the denizens therein, retaking the tomb for Waterdeep effectively, and gaining sweet vengeance as you plunge your blade into the Yuan-Ti. The one person that isn't there is
Antlers.
the Medusa, this
Oh.
creature that Serafina once spotted.
Yeah.
He's not there, and the priestess has also vacated. This is a small group, but it still feels good to get vengeance as you plunge your blade into the last one, and they freeze solid, panic in their snake eyes as they look at you, and you recognize a certain irony in that you froze one of them solid, those who froze your friends.
I think we do that, probably just, respectfully get probably the bodies of Untharr and the Feathergale Knights, maybe bring them back to Waterdeep for a proper, burial among, how it is, all that good stuff.
What do you do to the tomb?
The tomb, I'll just leave it up to the lady, what her discretion is, she's the wise one, I'll just let her know it's her to use it as, I don't know, whatever.
When you return victorious with with people to bury, she talks to you and asks you your opinion, effectively, of what to do with the pool of unkept secrets. She's happy to send a delegation of knights to protect the place and create some kind of small community there to keep it under protection, or she could destroy it if you thought it was better.
I think it's a good idea to keep it guarded. A pretty good amount of people there be under Waterdeep's, I guess, protection. Her being the wisest lady in the land, she might need to someone could go visit her. You never know. I mean, it could play a part down the road. I don't think we should destroy it though.
She sends a group ultimately down there and to protect the pool as best she can.
Didn't I break it?
You definitely knocked it off its hinges and pushed it to the side.
Okay.
As to whether it's still functional, you're not quite sure, and Ureth, unless he tries it, is not quite sure, and the lady's not going to try it, so we have to assume that it is.
I'm not touching that thing at all after losing eyesight. So, I think doing that and anything at all that happens, in the city or any evil pops up, I would quickly jump on that. Would it be possible at some point in time, and I don't even know how, maybe over 2 years I could figure it out, but to get some sort of communication or even get someone to visit that the island where the Hellgate was?
Yeah.
Not saying that me and my group would just jump on a fucking boat and go, but I don't know,
Wasn't Thaddeus on his way there?
He was looking for a flying ship.
Oh, was he?
He was. And ultimately,
the airship.
Thaddeus fails in his endeavor with Sanatrog to find this legendary gem, and instead returns to port. And Urith, you know of Sanatrog and his efforts to move around. He's become quite a pirate captain these days, but one of these that is known to Waterdeep and isn't. He's not an active pirate. He's more kind of on commission from Waterdeep to do certain acts. Like he's on Waterdeep's payroll, and sometimes you need a guy who does that kind of thing, and Waterdeep pays him to do it, doing the wrong things for the right reasons kind of guy. So you think that he's probably the man to do it, and Frost Skimmer might be the vessel.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to, contact the, I think I have it written down. Hold on a second. Wait, hold on. I think I actually have this person's name. Hold on.
It's the Dragonborn, right?
No, I'm talking about the person at the island. Hold on. Was it Astard? Astard was the person?
Yeah.
The person's name?
Yeah.
Yep. Try to contact that person if I can. Just, was it possible to get in touch with that person? Yes or no?
Astrid, yeah, I'd say so. So there's a couple of ways to do it. You've met Astrid, so you know that you can send a spell, like a sending spell or a message spell. Sending is probably the way to do it. That you can get a message to her on the island. Only people who have met her can do that.
Okay, I do that then. I just want to communicate to this is Europe. I'm in Waterdeep, and long story short, I just need to know when Tiamat, if anything happens, if danger arises, to alert me, basically.
All right. The message that you get back is just congratulations. The island is safe. We'll be in touch.
Okay. Hold on one second.
So you're gonna try to
I need that.
you're gonna try to woo the Lady of Waterdeep? Is that what you're trying to
Yes,
do?
I'm trying to figure out the best way to woo this Lady of Waterdeep. Because I want to make it happen at some point in 2 years. Not initially, but maybe at the end of the 2 years.
You take 2 years of getting to know her and long walks on the beach.
Yeah, I got a quarter, it's just a fancy thing. If it's up to the rolls, I understand. It is what it is,
Not over 2 years, I think. And the lady, as you get to know her, you get to find that she's a forthright woman and knows her own mind. And she, over time, you get to realizing that she likes you, and the two of you effectively hit it off carefully. And the political ramifications of a wedding aside, she accepts after nearly 2 years of trying. And
So if I propose to her, would she say yes?
you get the
roll
sense
for it.
that she might.
Because I would do that at some point.
Would you?
Yeah.
All right. So Ureth, in the aim of becoming the I guess the Lord of Waterdeep, proposes to the lady, and I'm guessing that at some point at the beginning of season 3, maybe you will hear in the grand distance a royal wedding of sorts, as the Lady of Waterdeep maybe getting married to the mighty Ureth Storm River.
There you go.
What?
There you go. It's a good story.
Oh, Matt, isn't it good? Fuck this shit.
Bring back the death and disaster.
This guy's a murderer. Fuck you.
Who's that, Ureth?
Yeah.
Good guy, Europe.
It's interesting how I don't think you guys have ever kind of talked about that.
About what?
But I don't know that anybody knows about it either.
Knows about what?
Nothing, exactly.
Nothing happened.
Murder.
So when Ureth,
Cabs, you know, just
when Ureth lost all his faith, he found love.
There you go. Right. Oh man, that's just perfect. That's the perfect way to put it there. You know, the credits roll. You know. And then the zinger at the end after the credits is like 10 for being the best man. You know. That's it. That's all I got. I mean, that's a lot. If that actually happens, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Lady of Waterdeep, like over time, you particularly and Tinfa to some extent have enamored her to you particularly. Like Zeely's always tried, but yeah, not so much as like a not in a kind of romantic sense, but. Tinfa, she counts among one of her closer friends. Zeely, you know, you just irritate her too much. But
what?
Yeah.
You're just a nice lady.
Where you did save the world, and even that can't overcome the fact that you keep playing on her table. I bet over the next 2 years you keep visiting. I bet you play at their wedding naked. That's what I'm guessing. And that you weren't even invited. You weren't booked. You just turn up and play naked, like.
Just wait until my
all right. Yeah, so I think so you take the time, like you take 2 years and you're patient and of course Ureth when he's in his worst place is kind of spontaneous and charges in, and in a sense like the lady kind of in spite of herself enjoys that about Ureth, but he's stalwart and loyal and a good man. When he's in his best form, he's a good man, and that's what kind of captures the lady as this brave, and that's what about Ureth she likes. She knows he's spontaneous. She knows he's kind of crazy in a sense that he dives into danger, and it would be considered crazy if she didn't see it as just ridiculously brave. You know, knowing that he's gonna die repeatedly, he's dove into battle against all odds and willing to die for his cause and somehow getting out alive, and that's I think that's what the lady admires most in him. And so after a couple of years of her getting to know what a good man Ureth is, of course she accepts his proposal towards the end of those 2 years. And the wedding is kind of this royal wedding, which probably takes a long time to plan, royal wedding, but this huge state affair is being planned sort of towards the end of those 2 years. Tinfa. What does Tinfa get up to over 2 years?
Okay, so first of all, he goes to try and destroy the rapier.
All right.
Yeah, priority, because he's terrified of possessed items. It's also quite simple, so I imagine he'd just go and look for like a volcano or like a big cliff or something.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be particularly smart about it.
He wouldn't be smart about okay. So ultimately,
wouldn't be particularly smart. Like he wouldn't be an idiot. He wouldn't just leave it on like the side
he
of the road
dives
for a kid
into
to
a
find.
volcano, thinking halfway down that he should have bungeed or something.
Yeah.
So, from what people have told you so far, these items can only be unforged in extreme heat. So there's either Greyheart Manor, or there is a volcano effectively that's dormant, that's behind the Black Keep.
Yeah, he'd go for that. The volcano.
When you go up to the Black Keep, you find a couple of things up there. You find the remnants of a dragon nest that you never explored before. So you head out the back of the Black Keep and you start climbing to the place where you teleported in before. Mm-hmm. And instead of going down towards the keep, you continue to climb. And as you climb to the top, completely on your own and isolated, this is classic Tinfa, you climb to the further up and you find this cave that exits into a network of caves into the mountain. And it's only when you begin to explore this cave that you find that there's a sort of secret way into the Black Keep. Down below the Black Keep is a sort of a huge old temple that the Blue Gnome Group just never explored, and there was a secret way in going through this cave system. But in that cave system, and part of what powered the temple is this flow of lava, but it's basically based around what's now an old dragon's nest. And you find a couple of things. You find that this dragon's nest is built around the flow of lava. So you kind of, in fact, I might do it in Roll20. Do you mind if I grab it up?
Do it.
Please
You
do.
just want to use the map, right?
Yeah. Yeah, now I can't use it in Season 3, but it's good. Right. So as you exit into this area here, you step up into what looks like a sort of a man-made entryway, and it leads down onto a sort of dais that's 20 foot over this river of lava that runs below. And on that dais is a single kind of broken egg and a small, like very small baby 2-year-old red dragon still sits atop this dais. It's tiny. It's like maybe a foot tall. It's a baby still. And you can see that there's a pile of bones on this little dais. It looks like the last of a brood that is long gone. The runt of the litter that remains and is been feeding on God knows what. It looks scrawny and slightly sickly, but it's a tiny red dragon. And as you kind of approach, it kind of looks to you, it's like... And it just kind of continues to eat, watching you carefully out of the corner of its eye.
Oh yeah. Think about it. Come on, Jimmy.
Sorry, I missed like half of that. My Skype was talking out.
Oh
You climb into this kind of man-made entryway that leads up and then ultimately up to a central dais above a pool of lava below, which is where Neros' character is standing right now. As Neros is in the back of your mind, you imagine him there. And on this dais, so there's this river of running lava below it. And on the dais, there is this tiny 2-year-old dragon. It's teeny. Like,
Where is
dragons live till potentially hundreds of years. And this one is 2. It's very young. It's not like a just out of the cracked egg, but it's kind of, you can see there's bones around its feet, and it's eating the corpse of a small creature at the moment. Every so often, like scorching a little line in it, and then chewing at the cooked flesh.
Creepy.
It looks to you at the corner of its eye, and it's just like, and it just keeps eating.
Sorry, Cabs. Where are we right now?
So Timpha's he's gone to the Black Keep, and behind the Black Keep is a mountain that's said to be a dormant volcano, and that's where Timpha's looking for.
Got it.
What do I know about red dragons? Like, are they inherently evil or bad? Yeah.
All the ones that you've heard of have been evil creatures, and yeah, they tend to be evil and intelligent and Machiavellian creatures, but that's a kind of nature-nurture debate you haven't really experimented with.
So I think Timpha would, you kind of like weigh that up in his head, and then he'd probably just like punt him into the lava. I think he just wouldn't. He'd be like, "Don't draw fucking dragons, man."
Timber takes a run up, catching it unawares, punts it. The creature gets caught off guard, can't quite get its wings in place, and then sinks into the lava below.
Nice.
Get 20,000 experience.
And I take out the rapier and I chuck it in as well.
Okay, you toss the rapier into the lava and it hits the lava's surface, and then there's this sort of ripple in the air around it as this green smoke begins to billow up out of it, and you can just hear this voice just as it just evaporates out, and the green smoke diminishes and the blade just sinks into the lava and
The dragon
disappears.
flies out with the rapier.
I take the dragon mask and I chuck it in as well.
Okay, taking the mask, you and it disappears, hits the lava, disappears below the surface.
Get the scene out of the mask.
Yeah.
Did you kill the dragon?
Yeah. Sorry. Ooh. Yeah.
You oh, sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, Tim would probably have a look around, see if there's if this dragon was hoarding any good stuff.
As you investigate, roll me an investigation check.
Oh, cool loot, bro.
Selfishly. Investigation. 18.
You don't find anything of particular value here, but what you do find is a tiny red dragon immune to fire swimming in the lava.
What?
Just kind of, you just see its head just boom out of the lava, and it just looks up at you like,
Aw,
just pittering around in the lava below.
so cute.
That's awesome.
Just go get it.
That's the loot, buddy.
That's
Yeah.
the loot.
I just cave in the entrance to the place.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
You step outside, reach up. What do you use? Lightning bolt or something, or?
Yeah, or telekinesis maybe, and just try and pull a big boulder loose.
You use all your might and grab with your mind's eye and just pull, and the boulders come loose, and you blast a lightning bolt into the ceiling, and it just all it begins to fill up, and you block in the entrance.
I tell our guys at the Black Keep to seal the other end.
They do it.
Cool. So then Timfer would go and try and find is it the Book of Lost Spells that he
Yeah.
found out about from the pool?
So Timfer, do you head on your own to the library?
Yeah.
So you head to this to the famed. It's why not just use all of these maps, because what else am I going to do with them now?
I would tag along with you on that if you wanted a
Awesome.
friend or it's dangerous.
Yeah, cool.
Could well be.
Okay.
Which
Maybe
library?
the knights or something, you know.
Which library?
Got some of those.
The Lost Library.
Oh, I tag along too.
So Serafina and Zeely and
Sway
Timfer.
Leonard.
Lenneth,
What?
are you going as well? Or are you sticking around in Waterdeep?
I can go with them.
So the four of you go off to find this place.
We disbanded the group.
Yeah. And next episode we'll find out.
Maybe 6 months later or something, you guys are in town. You're like, oh, let's check in on Zeely and Timfer. And Timfer's like, oh, we're just heading out. We're going to go get some books. Like, okay. We're like, okay, Tequila Tuesdays.
That's it. Tequila Tuesdays was designed for this purpose. For little adventures. So it's Tequila Tuesday, and the group decides to go to this temple. It takes you days and days of travel to get to the Sumber Hills, and you ultimately arrive at a small shrine. There's a winding path that leads up, and you find a triggered trap actually on your halfway up that you find is created a very small landslide, and you pick your way past it relatively easily, and this winding narrow path leads all the way up to a pair of stone dwarves reaching out over the hills behind you. And as it's kind of up this side of a hill, effectively a steep hill, and you step in, and there's a dwarven woman made of stone, this huge dwarven woman, maybe 15 feet tall, sitting in with a hand on her heart and another hand outstretched, sitting in the center of this small plaza with unlit burners on every corner. There's a passage to the left, a passage to the right, and a passage ahead. Where do you want to go?
You're an alderman, is what you are.
Left.
You head left, and you find basically a small group of beds. There's a set of 4 bedrooms, effectively. But inside, you find the very old skeletal remains, mummified in one of the rooms as the door has been airtight, of a set of dwarves. They're wearing monk robes. Beyond that, it's quite difficult to tell anything. They're very old.
Right.
Where are they?
They are lying on the ground. One of them is in bed. The others are kind of strewn around the floor. There's even one in the corridor outside.
Go to the right.
To the right, there's a small altar. It's a small room, and there's all that's in it is a small sort of circular step up, and on which there is a small altar, as you would find in most temples around the Sword Coast.
And I go straight.
Up top is there are 2 sort of staircases that lead round to 2 hanging curtains on the top floor. And as you push your way in, you find 2 sets of corpses. You find a group of corpses that are strewn around the floor wearing monk robes, skeletal remains. And you find another group of dwarves in the back of the room where the room has been decimated. It's been like the ceiling is half collapsed. There are people crushed under rocks, burnt bodies. But these are old, but they're not quite as old. These bodies. Looks like as you kind of explore and look at these bodies, it looks like they were tunneling for something at the back.
What do you think, guys?
It's your adventure.
Your little one shot.
Let's check it out.
Yeah.
As you head into the tunnel, you realize it leads about 6 feet and stops. Their tunneling didn't get very far before they're all killed, by the looks of things.
Keep tunneling.
Alright. As Timfer begins to use telekinesis and lightning bolt, as he just burrows in as best he can. Have you got any other spells that allow you to tunnel more, better than that?
You know what I'd do? I'd turn into a creature that can tunnel and just burrow.
Okay.
A badger.
Yeah. Go in.
you begin to tunnel as best you can, and you get 20 feet, 30 feet, 40 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, 100 feet, and there's nothing. It just feels like you're tunneling from stone and now into just rock, and you're just chowing through rock. You don't seem to find anything back there.
Man. Can I just like spend some time just tunneling around that area, like down, up, left, right, just kind of tunnel about in the walls?
You take the rest of the day, just kind of just chomping through the rock. It's a labyrinth of tunnels in the back there, and you find genuinely nothing.
Oh god.
It's just rock and more rock, and you blow through all of your spell slots trying to hold polymorph going, and you shift, and you just can't get it.
Wait, can I try and remember what was actually said in my Hall of Secrets?
Yeah.
If I scroll back through, okay, I can't find it.
Do you want me to see if I can find it?
You sound so heartbroken.
Wait. That's not it. Wait. Here we go. Dwarven Temple, Summer Hills. Beneath the statue outside. Through the wall of the archive to a secret room. Do that.
You run outside, change into some kind of burrowing creature, and begin to plow your way in, and you find that this stone is somehow kind of magically resistant. You try and chow down on it, and you just can't break through it with this form. You must be in the right place. Like, nobody puts freaking resistant stone in here. This stuff is solid. Like, it's hard to get into.
Is this outside on the statue?
Yeah, this is outside. The raised little platform with the statues on, all of that seems to be made of this kind of stone that it feels like it's unbreakable.
Can we investigate the statues to see if there are any clues or anything?
Yeah, roll me an investigation check. If you're Seraphina, as you step close to the statue and look over it.
Definitely helping look around, see what's going on.
Where are you looking, Zeely?
Can I maybe check out this room number 5? This like little water.
Yeah, roll me an investigation.
Is there any like hidden switches?
Sure.
Something like that. It's a 9.
It's a big old... Unfortunately, Zeely, you don't really find anything in there. You're looking for switches all around the walls. Like, you know the dwarves might have created some kind of, like, secret stone-looking switch. Like, it's perfectly melded into the wall. So you take the time to press every stone that you can find, and none of them budge. Seraphina, the only thing you find is that there is this dwarven goddess is clearly, like, a religious figure, this dwarven woman. Guessing that she's a goddess, given this kind of standing. You don't find anything unusual about her, except that she is this kind of... She's got a hand on her heart and another hand outstretched. It's her left hand outstretched and her right hand on her heart. And she's kind of looking with a joyous look on her face. As if looking out at somebody, actually.
Which direction she's looking at?
Out to the south. You can see her on the map. Looking out over the hills, actually. And as you look where she's looking, you can see that the the hill gives way really quickly, and out there you can just see rolling, beautiful, verdant hills.
Okay. Is this the Dwarven Shrine?
Yes. Looks like it.
I use telekinesis to try and move the whole statue thing.
I was gonna say, I take a run up, try and push her out the way.
Zeely grabs it. Timfer, roll me an Arcana check.
Was on.
You goggles on.
20.
As you try and drag this thing, you feel like it's not too heavy for you to push, but that it's preventing you in some way. There's a trick to this. You think that if you got lucky, you might be able to just kind of lift the whole thing off, but you're fighting against magical resistance, and on this occasion, your magic just wasn't quite strong enough.
So we need to use that gnome brain of yours.
Okay. Leonard, do you have anything that can get rid of the magic?
It's probably resistant to like the spell.
Yeah, do you have that?
Yeah, I can try.
Yes, please.
All right, I will try to cast the spell on it.
Okay. Roll me an Arcana check. As you run forward, you flick through your spellbook, and you kind of calmly place your hand on the knee of this statue and concentrate for a moment and draw out the magic, planting it into the knee of this statue. And as you plant the magic in, you feel it go in, and then you see it kind of ripple out across the statue for a moment, and you see it rippling back towards you. And before you can get your hand away, it strikes at your hand and lifts you off your feet, throwing you backwards, only about 6 or 7 feet, but it lands you on your back, and you're like, the wind knocked out of you.
Thing is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Disintegrate. Does that only work on that non-magical items or objects?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I remember from my vision tabs, like how far down the room is.
From your vision, you think not very.
Like a rough footage.
Roll me I don't know. No, you could, like, you don't know. There's a chart, like, basically, you could ballpark it in your mind's eye. Like, you remember roughly, but if you go too short or too far, you take a big old bunch of damage and don't go anywhere. So you're welcome to try. You might get lucky.
In true Timber fashion, I just kind of gauge it. Dimension door down.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Use my goggles. 11.
And then we never saw him again.
You see Timfer disappear for a moment, and then reappear, and he's smoking gently. Like, you can see that his body is a little bit beaten, and you can just see he's got this look of a man that's just been put through a washing machine. He looks like he's really hurt.
Are you okay?
Actually, I will try to cast Disintegrate on it because it says that the spell automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or a creation of magical force. So it could potentially work.
Maybe.
So I tried that.
I stand well back.
Disintegrate destroys my wall of force. If that's helpful.
I try that.
Alright, I'm just going to read the spell to see how it happens. A creature, an object, or a creation of magical force. Okay. So you You reach into your spell book and pull this bead of green energy, and instinctively everyone takes like 5 steps backwards. You cast it forward and the beam slicks out, striking this statue in the chest, and I need you to make me an Arcana check.
23.
The spell strikes the center of this statue and begins to disintegrate it away. And the statue, you think, like, basically it disintegrates approximately like a 10-foot hole in the center of this statue's chest. It just crumbles away and disintegrates into dust. And now the statue looks like it's just barely hanging on. Like, it looks slightly grotesque as this woman holding out with this smile on her face with a cavernous hole in her chest.
Guys, we are the best archaeologists this world has ever seen. We've really fucked this place up. Tim, did you try pushing over again?
Should we just try to
Try
break
pushing
it?
over again.
Say that again, Leonard?
Then we can just try to break it. Just go crazy.
Timber, roll me an Arcana check. As you blow a spell slot, you grab the statue with your mind's eye and you're like, fuck you. You goddess of joy.
Statue.
You happy god.
24.
You cast the statue aside. It rips off its hinges, like it rips off the dais and just scatters across the stonework nearby and explodes into big chunks. And as the dust clears, you just see this kind of dwarvish woman's head kind of loll to one side on the ground, smiling aimlessly into the sky. She's dead. This dais remains kind of fairly static. There's no, like, you can't go through her. You're gonna have to.
There's no hole?
There's no hole.
Oh.
Well,
We need to come back here with some dwarves. Bust this place open.
Can we not move the dais?
You could certainly try.
Right.
happen.
So the two of you, I need you both, or one of you, to roll with advantage. You need a 25 or above on an Arcana check to shift this with magic, or a nat 20. It is a powerful object. So either both of you roll once, or one of you roll with advantage. I don't mind which.
You can decide, Timber.
Let's both roll once.
Okay.
A 3, 2, 1, go!
22! Oh no!
No.
You grab it with all of your might, and it just will not shift. The arcanic force that seals this vault is pretty powerful, which tells you something about, like, what the dwarves were trying to do by creating this spell-resistant, this magic-resistant vault. Clearly something valuable lies within.
Right, there's gotta be some kind of knack to this. I go and search. Can I go search the rooms?
Yeah.
See
Okay.
if someone's got like a left like instructions on how to open the door.
Yeah, roll me an investigation check, Zelie, as you head into the bedrooms, stepping over the corpses. They're all monks that are lying there. They got monks' robes on. And their little bodies.
9.
You guys are terrible at rolling.
I mean, but I take time doing it.
take time,
Like, if it's gonna
alright.
Take like a whole
I'll give you
hour
advantage
to
then,
do it.
in which case 23.
Okay.
So Zelie takes a long time looking through, and Zelie, you find you find effectively a timetable for a week. You find notes scrawled in Dwarvish that are clearly labelled out as days of the week, but you can't make out much unless you speak Dwarvish.
No.
Do I speak Dwarvish? I don't
Leonard
know.
seems to ask herself.
Do you?
Do I?
Do I? No.
Can I try?
Inscribed on a wall or something? Did you say?
It's on paper, like parchment. In one of the bedrooms, you find like notes for a week's diary. The one thing you do notice is that the runes seem to come in patterns of pairs. So each day has 2 sort of runic words side by side. There's 2 separate words, or 2 separate sets of words in some cases, but they're like there's 2 separate ones on each day.
I could use the comprehend languages to read it.
Okay.
Definitely do that.
I cast it as a ritual in that case.
You take 10 minutes. You take the parchment, concentrate, and these runes shift and twist into common. And as you read the parchment, it basically shows they look like dwarvish names, like pairs of dwarvish names side by side. Each day has a set of names associated with it.
How many different ones?
One pair of like 2 people's names on each day.
Okay, right. So, is there anything on these corpses that we can link to the names on the timesheet?
You search through the robes of the
Do
corpses.
they have like badges? Like, hi, my name is.
They don't. And looking over the corpses, you find a few religious, symbols on them. They all seem to have the same religious symbol, the same holy symbol that they carry, and it's 2 hands clasped. But that's the only thing on them. They're very old corpses. Like, you couldn't even tell how they died very easily.
I just try saying the names of the day that it is today.
You proudly say it in common, and
Monday.
nothing. You stand in front of the non-statue, this corpse of a statue, and just shout Monday at it. Surprisingly, nothing happens.
I try again with my hands together.
Nothing happens. So the hands
Wait,
clasped.
wait.
The hands
So-
clasped are more like that than like that.
Did the woman? What was her hand like? Was it like that, or was it like
Should
that?
we have shaken her hand?
I think we should have shook her hand.
It was
like that, wasn't it?
outstretched, kind of upturned slightly, but almost to the side. It's not a handshake gesture. It's almost like an outstretched gesture. Left
I
hand.
tried clasping her hand.
You go and find her hand, which is in slight pieces. You go to grab one finger of her hand, and nothing happens. You try and hug it slightly.
She was pointing at.
It looks like she was like raising her hand slightly up and out over the Sunder Hills. There's nothing out there except for hills and the sky. Looking at her face, Seraphina, you can see that her face has distinctive characteristics. She's clearly dwarvish. She's quite pretty for a dwarf by the looks of things. Like, you could say she's beautiful, and that's kind of unusual for a dwarf of her, like, for a dwarven woman, generally speaking. She looks young.
Okay. But she is a dwarf.
Definitely a dwarf. Not
Chip,
a...
I'm not being funny, but I've got a date in like a week. Back to Waterdeep for that. So.
Come on, we must be able to solve this. Someone thought Severing can solve it, so why can't we?
Because we break things.
I know.
So Zeely, I mean, just to give you guys some kind of respite from the mind.
Help us.
You, like, when you search the shrine room for, like, you feel like you got a reasonably good sense of the bedrooms. The statue itself, like, you've investigated a bit, Seraphina, and the shrine room on the right-hand side, like, Zeely had a look for switches, but hasn't been able to look at that in detail.
I want to go back and give that another look.
Zeely
Take my time
takes
over it.
time. He looks around every goddamn motherfucking inch of it, like rage investigating. And
Seraphina joins him.
so on the
Timber stood on the dais, like just doing the pose that the statue was doing.
Shouting out days of the week.
Monday, Saturday.
Lenneth, so Zeely, you do manage to find etched onto the side of this shrine some dwarvish runes that you can't read. But Lenneth, with the spell still active, go up and have a look, and it says the Shrine of the Tender Oath.
We knew that already.
Even cabs can't help us.
Do we know what the tender oath is?
I don't know, do you?
I don't know.
I try and cast my mind back in my bardic knowledge.
Oh, nice, like it.
What
That's-
is
that's remember.
tender oath? Is there some sort of legend of the tender oath?
You roll me a history check.
History?
7.
7.
God.
No, but you wonder if it's you look back and you think you've never heard of the legend of the Tender Oath at all, and then you just wonder from him whether it's just a euphemism.
Tender oath.
That's weird. My history didn't roll right. Actually, that's actually a 11.
It's actually a 2025.
That's a natural 20.
Yeah, plus 2, but I've got proficiency in
Oh,
that.
It's a tender oath.
Marriage? No way.
Okay, so you've got to marry the statue.
How would you marry this? You have to propose to it. I kneel down in front of the statue that isn't there anymore. Like proposing to it.
as you kneel down and try to you start to do the gesture of proposing, you feel a gentle hum beneath you.
Oh,
But
I
nothing
start shouting out
changes.
days of the week.
Nothing happens.
Thought I had it.
I go over and I pretend to be the woman on the statue and look real happy, like.
Yes.
So what do you do, Timfer?
I take my. Wait, do I have a ring? Oh, I'm wearing a ring of something. You don't got a ring.
Yeah, I give you my ring.
Yeah, I put the ring on
Not
Zee's
like
finger.
yours.
You put the ring on Zeely's finger.
Ask him to marry me.
I will. I do. Yes. Whatever.
There's a hum, and it feels like the ground is going to shake, and it just kind of diminishes. Feels like you're right on the edge of it, but there's something missing.
I come over and say, I love you.
Who'd you say that to?
The statue or Zeely or something.
You gotta be careful of doing that to Zeely. Nothing happens. Somewhere Neros is spinning in his grave because he knows what the answer is. He worked it out.
Wait,
What did we miss? You said, will you marry me?
will you marry me? And then I say the names of the day of the week it is. The names.
Will you marry me Monday?
Not the actual day of the week, the name that was next to the day of the week.
Nothing happens. Every time you kneel down and do the gesture, it begins to hum, and then as soon as you speak, the hum dies.
Oh. What if I do the gesture and then I stand up?
No.
What if
I
do
think I know the answer to this, guys.
You can't tell us you're not there.
If I do the gesture and then when it hums, I try and push the thing.
You grab it. You can't move it.
Hold on, so people are coming here and they're proposing to each other? Is that it? And then the thing opens?
You're aware that there are like monks everywhere, and
Monks don't get married.
but these guys are religious people, so if they were attending something, they'd be attending a ceremony of sorts here.
Could it be a wedding?
One thing you
Timber, what the fuck am I doing? Can we go home?
We're so close.
It's so close. I can feel the hum.
the hum of love. A love
Maybe
hum.
you need to not be on the statue. Maybe it's like we need to get married. Front of the statue.
Step off the thing. And we do the whole thing.
You guys are gonna be so married after this. It doesn't work. One of the things you've noticed about all of them is that the statue is a dwarf, and all of the monks are dwarvish.
Oh! How do I propose in Dwarvish?
Anybody speak Dwarvish?
Shit! I don't.
Do we need to be dwarves?
Wait, you can read. Oh no, that doesn't work. We can't write. Wait.
Can you make us look like dwarves?
Can you change
No.
shape or something?
I think we just need to ask it in Dwarvish, right? Must be written here somewhere in Dwarvish. I get down on my knees, and then I read out every Dwarvish word I can find. The phrase must be here somewhere. Wait. No way.
Can I point out that we have 4 more characters?
Yeah, I know, right?
What they need to do in 2 years.
Yep.
Okay, we've got this. How do we figure out how to propose in Dwarvish?
But if that was the key for the thing to open, then why would it react to the thing you did when not speaking in Dwarvish?
Because I'm proposing, it knows I'm proposing. I just can't do it in Dwarvish. You can read Dwarvish, right? Can you just read all the Dwarvish and find out if there's a proposal written down anywhere somewhere?
Go around in the whole shrine of tenderness
Yeah.
and see if I find anything? Sure.
Leonard,
Running out of ideas, guys.
as you're looking around, I'm gonna roll me an investigation check. It's pretty easy, 10 or above.
Guys,
I'm gonna give it
guys.
to you. But come on,
You got this.
it's gonna be a 2. I know it.
For 2 years, I looked at the walls.
Investigation?
Yeah.
So I can't fail, actually, on this one. 24.
Whoa!
Oh.
You managed to find a handwritten script that one of the monks is holding. Looks like it was written by somebody who was getting nervy. The script is nervy, and as you take it, you think you managed to grasp the dwarvish runes, and you know enough that you can utter the phonemes. Maybe it's going to be janky, but you reckon you can say it.
Alright.
Do it. Propose to Zeely.
I go to the statue and I. Can you give me the ring, by the way?
Zeely's wearing it proudly.
Who has the ring? Who has the ring?
Yes, the ring.
Come on!
What? What do you want me to do?
Give me the ring!
Give who the ring?
Me!
Why am I giving you it? Okay, take it.
Okay, so I take the ring and I kneel down before Serafina. And I go, Serafina, will you marry me?
I
in
look sad when I
Dwarvish?"
take it off.
Aww. With that, the floor hums and slides back,
Jesus fuck.
grinding open, leading down into this. As you step down, you find an archive of effectively like marriage documents. It's an archive of a record of weddings that have taken place here between dwarves.
That's it.
Yeah.
Exactly what I was thinking.
All that work.
Is there anything else? Can I check for any like hidden doors or anything?
Yeah, investigate. Oh, do you want to take the time?
But
Wait, I know where the secret door is, right? From my vision.
You do.
Oh.
I wasn't going to tell you.
While he's not telling me, I'm gonna look anyway.
So yo.
8.
Does not go well as Timfer heads to the point, slides the book back, and the secret door just opens, and this whole shelf of papers slides to the side, and inside is a small room, and in there is this. There's a number of old kind of scrolls and artifacts, most of which have been lost to time, diminished by just eons in this place. But there's one thing that Timfer's looking for, and he finds this extremely old tome that he takes, and many of the pages and chapters of this book are missing. But you find a single chapter and a note inside. And the chapter is a chapter of spells, of old, ancient spells, lost to time. They're spells of unusual mechanics, and they do strange things you've never seen before. And the note simply says, in Dwarvish, which Lenneth is able to read, simply says that only the highest of wizards will follow me, and the name that's given is Bolka. A quest, perhaps, for a one-shot, or for never.
Pretty cool.
Are there any other books? Because I was after a particular one as well.
Yeah, there are other tomes around. What are you after?
I'm after a Book of Poisons,
Yeah,
which I was told might lie here.
you do manage to find a very, very old book of herbs and their uses, and it gives you basically it gives you, if you take time with the book, a knowledge of local herbs that can be used for a variety of different poisons that you can create. You'll need to go looking for the ingredients, but some of the ingredients are sort of a rarer kind, so it's a kind of a nice tome to find.
Put it
I
in
won't
the
go
bag
into
of
details because we haven't got a huge amount of time.
Are there any scrolls lying about?
Oh. There. Give me a second to look through my notes. I realised that Timfer did go into the temple, but that's fine. Timfer, did you go into the temple around the volcano? You may have even heard me. That was
What, where I punted him in?
no, down below the Black Keep. There's a temple that you guys never explored, doesn't it? I just wondered if you'd gone in there. No, it's alright. It was while Skype wasn't working, I think, when I described it.
Oh.
Ellen's Skype is broken.
Oh, it's such the best face to freeze on, though.
Mm.
Where's my scroll?
Maybe we should re-invite her to the call.
I can do, yeah. All right. Is she here? No, she's gone. Okay, I'll do the scroll when she gets back. I think I'm going to use... There was a scroll that you were supposed to pick up in the temple but never visited, so I think I might use that here. It feels like an appropriate thing to put in here. That didn't work. Alright. We'll come back to that. So Timfer finds his prize and maybe goes on a one-shot quest one day.
Yeah, cool.
Which, by the way, I'm happy for people to do if they want to do one-shots at any point. Like I'm doing it with Lenneth and Seraphina, I think. So if anybody else wants to do one, we can. Lenneth!
That's better.
You do find a very old
Hello.
scroll in there. It's ancient and powerful, and it's above your ability to cast, but you can roll an Arcana check to cast it. But rolling high will make it happen exactly how you want it to happen. Rolling low will make it not happen in anyone's interest. It may make random and unusual things occur within the spell's parameters, but it may not be exactly what you want it to happen.
It's wish, isn't it?
It's not.
Sounds fun.
No, that's what happened. That's kind of when you want to end the game and everybody goes home.
Okay, I take it with me for now. Do I know what it is?
I put it in Skype. It's not wish, Christ. Yeah, you get wish and the deck of many things, and we all stop playing. The world ends. So. Any more, Timfer? What else do you do now that you've been to the... Do you go pursuing this quest?
I think after that I'd just probably go back to Waterdeep and hang out with Ureth and Zeely. Try and do some good with Ureth and blow off steam with Zeely.
Sounds about right.
And yeah, live out. That's it.
Nero?
Oh, Matt can go first. It's okay.
You sure?
Yeah. I know you're eager to do it. Go for it.
I'm not used to it.
Oh.
Go on, you go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah,
I think
you get drinking.
I think real quick. I think when Tugs would do some cool stuff with the Earth, I would name him like an honorary first lieutenant.
Yeah.
Of the Knights of Stormhammer.
Love it.
Honorary.
I would demand some kind of badge to signify such a thing.
And an office.
Yeah.
And a star.
And probably like a cloak or something.
Vestments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if they didn't, I would just make them if they didn't exist.
Macrame.
Something myself. Yep.
Make it happen.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Would you go around reciting the speech? Would you be on board with that?
I mean, probably reluctantly if it meant I could have cool stuff. Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Alright, anyway, keep going.
Alright, Nero, what happens?
Shit. I don't really want to drag it out, but no, I go. You said it's in the Somber Hills?
Say 25%.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay. And is it a keep, a castle, a tower? What is it exactly?
It's a single tower. It's quite wide base, and on the bottom floor, which exits out onto the Desserin Valley, there's a big circle of stables for many, many, many flying mounts. And there's a spiral staircase in the center of the tower that leads up and up 5 floors. And the top floor is like a grass layer with a telescope that leads out over the Desserin Valley. And the rest of the floors are living quarters and a kitchen and an eating area and the studies of the upper echelons of the keep and then of the Knights Order and then the top floor.
Okay. There's nothing around this Feathergale Tower. There's no settlements, villages.
Not right outside. The nearest sort of living area, the nearest larger area is River Guard Keep, which is a keep off to the east near the river that runs through the Sunder Hills and runs through the kind of runs through the Desserin Valley, which is where you're at. So you follow that north and you'll reach Riverguard Keep. If you keep going north, you'll reach another number of other villages. Riverguard Keep, you hear from the locals that it's turned into some kind of random zoo in the middle of the Sunder Hills.
Okay. That's where I am. Yeah, no, I think what I'd probably do is for the next 2 years, I'd just help Severus set up, train new knights, Feathergale knights, but at the same time, I would start to craft guns that they would wield.
Nice, all right.
That the Feathergale knights would wield while mounted. And in doing so, use the Feathergale knights to drive out the orcs that have begun to pester the Misty Forest.
Nice.
Drive out the warband that we didn't quite get rid of for King Elagathus as a sign of good faith, and try to get closer to the elves.
That is an effective way to move forward, and then the Feathergale Knights become known for their kind of mounted aerial ranged combat as they start firing ranged weapons, these unusual weapons that are unique really to this mounted division. And the Knights are kind of estranged. They don't even know what this weapon is until you start using it with them, and they learn gradually how to wield this weapon. It's pretty badass, actually, watching these knights flying on griffins and pegasi. There's only really one Pegasus, that's Severus, but the rest are riding these kind of griffins and wyverns. No, it's not wyverns, is it? Fuck, I can't remember. I think it's wyverns. And they... No, giant vultures. Fuck, I can't remember. I think it's giant vultures. That they fly... but then you get to catch these things, so you can have them fly whatever you like, really, as long as it's in the area. Yeah. And you end up taking the division on a run through over the Misty Forest, flying over the River Delembir and heading north, and chasing out the orcs who have no hope of fighting against mounted ranged units. They're not particularly strong archers or anything, and their spear throwers, while strong, won't be able to fight mounted knights.
All right.
You manage to hammer them back, and King Elagathus is kind of forever in your debt, really. Twice, maybe even 3 times.
Yeah, and then just to top it off, I'd find somewhere to either hide or destroy. I'll probably hide Haziron.
Okay.
And I'm not going to tell, not even Sebra, where I've hid it.
Where do you want to hide it?
You gonna tell us?
No.
You have to tell us.
No.
Come on, Ruben.
So we're not. We want to know.
No.
Nero, looking for a place to hide it.
Joseph.
You do find a cave in the side of the Desserin Valley that, as you step down into, you realize that it goes deep, and it goes for miles. This cave, these steps that that go around and get quite narrow up against this cliffside, all the way down into what feels like an ancient dwarven city. A very old dwarvish city with a waterfall that runs off the left-hand side of it, because you kind of, the cliff edge is on your right-hand side, and there's nothing to your left. It just goes into this cavernous darkness that you can't see, and it's actually quite scary to walk around. And out into the distance, you can see this dwarvish city in the dark that just expands out, completely derelict and desolate. But water running around the kind of center of this city falls out into a waterfall that just runs over the edge and out into nothing, into the darkness.
All right.
How,
Well,
how are we spelling Desserin Valley? Just
I
out of character notes.
bring it in like a chest and
Chronicle the adventure. Not use them later for when
Good
Joseph
one shot.
wants to return.
I bring it like a chest, and I fill the chest with whatever I can find to weigh it down, and I push it over the edge.
Shit. As you do find a chest, this place has got a few of them around. They're empty. They've been looted already by another adventuring group, and you close it up. this huge chest, and you place it into the water and just push it, and it just falls out into nowhere.
Hold up. How do you put Hazaron in the chest?
It's an important answer.
While wrapped up in what I've kept it in,
Oh,
I
good
placed
point.
it in the chest.
Is Hazaron cool with that?
I don't know. I'm not touching him.
As it's wrapped, you take the blade out and place it into the chest, and you just hear in the back of your mind,
Is this to be my fate?
Until someone else finds you, yes.
Oh God.
I await my return, and I will not forget this slight.
Well, I'll be dead by then.
it disappears. Deep beneath the surface of the water, the water stirs a moment, and as you look down, you can see this automaton golem, huge golem, beneath the surface of the water, walking across the base of it underwater, just circling the center of this city.
Oh.
It hasn't reacted to you. It reacted momentarily when you disturbed the water, but it, like, now that the chest is gone, it's just continuing to patrol underwater the city.
Alright, well, dust off my hands and I leave.
All right.
And I go back to trading the feather lights. That's it. Nothing complicated.
So, Zeely.
Okay. So, first things first, most importantly, do we ever get a reward for saving the world?
For
Real.
A courier turns up to you, Zeely,
I
specifically.
get super excited. Like, oh my god, this is it.
He is a. It's not just any courier that comes. It's Quickensworth that comes, the lady's handmaiden of sorts, and he comes to you bearing this wrapped, sort of little pole, effectively 2 foot long or so, and he he comes to you and says, "The lady would have me give you this by way of thanks for your works. She said that it would be something that you would use."
Oh my god. It's a giant key to a giant house. I take it.
He looks down at it for a moment, questioningly. It's out of his hands by the time he looks up.
I unwrap it. I'm so excited.
You unwrap it, and it's this 2 foot long scepter, effectively, a rod of sorts. It's purple, and it's got a gem encrusted into the end. And it looks like a magic wand, and you're like, magic wand for a moment.
What the hell is this?
He says to you, "Well, sir, as I understand it, it's a key to paradise of sorts. It's called a Rod of Security. Please enjoy." She said that it would be something that you would find creative uses for.
Before he even finishes speaking, I hold it. It was just in the street. I just hold it out and cast it.
You go to cast it, and he just kind of shakes his head, takes a step back, and you vanish out of existence.
Yes.
You find yourself in this blank, black space, just floating. There's air around you, and there's this complete blackness. In your mind, you imagine a place, and it's a good place. What place is it?
It's like a sultan's palace.
There's a low
Like-
rumbling
like
around you.
Arabian palace.
It just
Full of
bursts
statues.
into existence around you. Spires, these sort of onion-shaped spires, burst out of the ground, and it erupts all around you, forming into existence, unfolding like a pack of cards, constructing around you into this castle, landing in place as you find yourself sitting, suddenly scooped off your feet into this plush, set of cushions that all unfurl around you, and the whole castle erupts into place, and you find yourself just sitting there in extraordinarily lush surroundings.
Fuck. Yes. Yes. I run in.
You sprint inside and start exploring, and as your mind conjures a room that you want, you step into the next room, and it just, as it did before, the walls
Swimming
kind
pool.
of unfurl. What are you looking for?
Swimming pool.
The water fills instantly with this warm, perfectly warm water that just completely like ripples into place, and you jump in and
This is great. And they're servants.
you imagine a servant in your mind, and she appears. This kind of vortex, like gently swirling beneath her feet, where her legs just kind of disappear into mist.
They're all legless, naked women.
These legless, naked women just appearing around the pool.
This is fantastic. Nobody sees me for a week. I'm out.
Because only you jumped into it, you can make this thing last for 199 days.
Oh my god.
199 days. And then what?
And then it can't be used for 10 days after you jump out.
Oh, that's okay. But then I can use it for 199 days again.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. Okay, cool.
Amazing.
Sweet. Okay, so I have loads of fun in there. When I come out, is there like a door?
There isn't. Like, it pops you out just the moment you decide to stop imagining the spell. So it's not like Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion where you create a door that people walk in and out of. This is like the place ends and it kind of begins to crumble like Inception, just and then you just pop back exactly the spot that you popped into it and land on the ground.
Okay, it's like nighttime. The whole day's passed. I just put it under my jacket. I'm like, oh my, this is the best day of my life. Okay, cool. Right, in terms of what I do, I would like to work with Timfer on a line of Blue Gnome Group merchandise. So we're gonna together with his tinkering skills, if he agrees, we're gonna produce lots of memorabilia related to the Blue Gnome Group. So I'm thinking.
I agree.
I'm thinking.
And I spend a lot of the time when I'm telling Eurus that I'm going out like preaching the word. Like I'm actually just whimsically like making buttons.
Yeah, so we got everything. We got badges. We've got t-shirts. We've got a whole range of action figures with like movable arms and weapons. And there's like kids have like Iron Man gauntlets. There's an Uref one,
Which is just a stump.
So it covers your hand. You're just like, I'm Uref.
That's so good.
Okay. So I think we partner up with someone who like Timfer does all the prototypes, and we partner up with somebody who can make them. I tell you what, we should partner up with the Honorborn Mercantile Company that my other guy belongs to. They've got like they're down for it. They'll do anything. So partner up for them. We open like a shop front. It's called the Blue Gnome Emporium, and it's just everything you can ever get. We have like a monthly newsletter, just of like what everyone in the Blue Gnome's doing right now, and people come in. And sometimes, like, I don't know, do members of the Blue Gnome Group come in? Okay, but all the profits go to orphans of the Battle of Zonful's Tower. Or
Oh.
any dragon cult orphans. Anyone who suffered at the hand of dragon cult, of the dragon cult, gets the profits.
Nice. Like it.
That's
Uref, do you have a
I
question?
was, I was waiting for like accept 50%, which I keep or something.
No, it's okay. I'm
That's
chaotic
awesome.
good. I'm a good person. Okay, so that's the first thing I do. Second thing I do, I start writing my book.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, before I write my book though, so I'm kind of like a man about town. I'm kind of like a socialite, like Paris Hilton. I go into like parties.
You host clubs like
I don't
Friday
really
night.
do anything. Yeah, I'm like,
Come see
oh,
New Zealand Friday night at
see
the club
me."
Escape.
Be like Lorne from Angel.
Exactly
Anyone
like
cool?
that guy. I did watch that. So he's like again, when like a noble has like a party, like Zeely turns up. He's got like a couple of half-elven ladies on his arms. He's having fun. He's doing magic tricks. He's got the violin. Everything's. People just love him. Nobody really knows what he does. What else? I think every now and then I probably crash like a council meeting. So probably not invited, but I just like turn up to one, kind of see what's going on in the Lord's Alliance, that kind of thing. Offer my advice. Keep the nobles honest. If they try and catch me, I just dimension door to another empty seat. I just do that all day. They can't catch me, and the lady just puts up with me because I saved the world that one time.
And Ureth is chasing you on the lady's request.
trying to keep them
Seely!
civil.
Okay.
Howdy, show.
Then I start writing my book. So it's a fantasy novel. It's called the Blue Gnome Group Adventures, the Blue Gnome Group Adventure Series, Book 1. It's called The Lost Mine of Fandalver. Okay, and it's a fantasy novel, and it's a special kind of book that nobody's ever seen before. And basically, at the back of it, there's like these blank pages, and you're like the newest member of the Blue Gnome Group, and you write in like your name and your like what kind of adventurer you are, and like you have like you roll. It comes with like some dice, and you roll them. You roll them, and you have like different stats and stuff, and that's all at the end. And the stats do different things, and then then you go back to the start of the book, and at the front of the book, it's like page 1. It's like Gungeon Rock Seeker seeks your help. And so I've gone around everybody and got like licenses from everyone. I think probably does everyone agree to be in the book? Uref definitely does. I don't even bother to get Nearest. Nearest is even in this one. Neither is Lenif, so we don't need their permission. But I think Timford's definitely up for it. Seraphina definitely is.
Can you use a different name for me?
No.
Seraphina Tippletoop.
What? Why do you want a different name? Everyone knows who you are. You're the most famous person in the realm.
I'm trying to be covert.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uref's
That's
into it. Uref, it's for the kids. For the kids.
If it
Seraphina
means
for the kids.
his orphans getting it's a CS, of course.
Okay, it's for the kids. So, yeah, but
Rich
there's a
love
couple of
kids.
people's licenses we can't get. So, there's a ranger called Bonan. He's in it. He's one of the he's one of the principal characters. And also, I reached out to the Brunehammer Keep and the Brune family, and they really went into it. So that main character is now Brosif June. He's the main character in it, but you're like it's like South Park Stick of Truth, where like you're like the new kid, you're like the new member, and you just do the adventure with them. But so the first page is like, oh, Gungeon Rockseeker wants to blah 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 blah, and you go along in the caravan, and there's goblins, and then it's like you approach the wagon, go to page 12, or
That's
or
your
you
answer, huh?
or you
Goosebumps.
you
Yeah,
you go straight to Fandling, go to page 200, and to choose your adventure book. It's like you let Ronan shoot the goblin, or you stop Ronan from shooting him, that kind of thing. And
I thought you were just going to rewrite history, like Bonan suddenly fires a witty remark, distracting him momentarily. Everyone escapes. Fine.
yeah,
So how did the tale say like the Uric and Joseph the interaction? I'm curious.
it's only the first book in the series.
Ah,
Not
okay.
that. We're not there yet. I would say it's definitely a top seller. The Blue Gnome Emporium has a whole wall of copies, and they are flying off the shelf.
Is it called Dungeons and Dragon Cultists or something?
That's the next book. Okay.
It flies off the shelves, people buy it. Genuinely, those kind of stories make me feel anxious that maybe somewhere in a higher plane of existence, somebody is deciding what kind of dungeon master they wanted to create. Like, and they're like, Jeff, you couldn't decide what gender to be, so you decided to change halfway through your player. It doesn't work like that.
I could do what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a really lenient DM. Yeah, okay, so the book sells, like, really well, and as anything would do, really, from the Blue Gnome Group. Like, if Timfer started to sell macrame spellbooks just because they look like his macrame spellbook, people would buy them. It would become the new fashion trend. So this
I
book...
do like, we do like book signings, and my ones all have like, like macaroni around the edges. Like I fancy up my one.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, you can buy the book in the style of your favorite character.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Joseph is dark, and Uref has an opposite one that's like white. Timfer's one has got macaroni. Who are we missing? Bonan's one is all like leafy. What's Seraphina's? Seraphina, what's yours? I feel yours is all like probably like a dark purple color, but it's all like a cloak, like a stealthy. I'm struggling with yours. Maybe figure yours later.
So Seraphina's, if you don't open it like in a certain way, you get like shot by a crossbow. Like,
Yeah.
It just explodes in your hand.
Seraphina's goes missing all the time. You go look for it, can't find it, it's invisible. And then like only after like 10 minutes of looking, it'll come back and you'll be able to read it.
Like they buy it from you and they're like, well, where is it? And you're like, it's already in your living room. It broke into your house and it's in your bookshelf.
So every now and then for 10 days, Zeely stays at the Dancing Cyclops and plays there every night. Other than that, he can't really be found somewhere else. I think I want to say just one night while he's staying at the Dancing Cyclops, there's an incident, and I think in the dead of night, there's a sorry to do this to Jucifer again, but there's a big magical explosion.
Oh God!
There's a fire. There's panic. Chef is like, oh, we're getting the water and stuff, and everybody's panicking, and the room that Zeely's in is on, like he normally takes, is on fire, and everyone's going crazy, and the fire dies down, and nothing's really found in the room, nothing discernible, but then that's like at the kind of like 2-year mark, but then Zeely is not seen in Waterdeep again.
Whoa!
Mysterious.
He does not turn up to Tequila Tuesdays.
What? But he never misses Tequila.
Oh!
Yeah, and nobody sees him.
Whoa! The mysterious end to Zeely. Raylana.
Let's meet him.
Who wants to go next? Lenneth?
Yeah,
So,
sure.
Lenneth and Serafina, you're thinking about doing a one-shot anyway, but what do you guys get up to in the 2 years? Like, the new buddy cop duo.
Do I get to join them?
With your new character?
Yeah.
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 For the one-shot.
The idea was that he would catch up with you guys after about a year, and then just not leave you alone, Lenneth.
Great. Lenneth will love that.
What goes on for the first year then before that happens for you guys?
I guess Lenneth would want to go to Cormier and help her sister figure out the stuff about the creatures.
You go
coming up from
adventuring
coming
beneath
up from
the city
ground.
of Cormier.
And keep building relations with the people there. With Vangenhals. And let's see, I have the other name here.
Oh, Lenneth, she
Voldemort.
does.
Voldemort.
It's so good to see you. Thank you for coming back.
I don't understand what you're saying. Yeah, and just keeping up with her sister, see what she's up to and what help she might need. What about you, Serafina?
I might go off on a couple of quests for those guys we found in, is it Fesk or somewhere?
Telflum.
Telflum, yeah.
You want to go back and see if you can't join the Thieves Guild?
Well, no, because they wanted to find and steal weird and wonderful artifacts and then sell them
Yeah.
to them. So I think I might do a little bit of that
All right.
while on the move. And I also want to try and see if I can use Waterdeep to try and track down my other brother while we've got some spares there.
There's a third brother.
Oh, I have 5. I just don't know where any of them are. Careless like that.
This is the problem having a rogue family. Like, you lose them all the time.
Well, they abandoned us, so you know.
I think if it would be possible for Lenneth to stick with Serafina after she's done in Cormier, she would do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
To help her on her travels as well.
All right. Which of these what did you want to do for your one shot? What were you thinking? Or is that
We
something
haven't
you still
really
want to...
talked about it yet, have we?
No, we haven't really had time to sort it out yet, but probably it would be good to be the one where Matt's character catches up with us.
Preferably going to Cormier.
Yeah, so that's cool. And maybe I could find some little thing on the way or while we're there that I can steal for the guild or something like that.
So you guys head to go and find Lenneth's sister in Cormier, and ultimately this guy catches you on the road. He's been tracking Lenneth as best he can and not being able to find her until the fame that she's accrued doesn't keep her out of his reach anymore, and her sister offers a place that he knows she's going to end up at, so he catches them on their way. So it's on the road that you find this highly armored knight.
But just passing by or something? Do we meet? Or
It's kind of up to him. I
yeah.
can't remember his name. What's his name?
It doesn't have one. It's the title, Fifth Templar.
The Fifth Templar, who is so from your perspective, fifth.
Yeah, so when I introduced my character, I would just be telling you that since I don't have an official name, Templar will be fine.
Templar.
We're gonna call you Templar?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I like
Oh
it.
yeah.
Right.
Lenneth's gonna come up with something.
Nameless.
She doesn't even know him yet, and already she hates him.
Yeah. That's fine.
Ah.
So how did you want to introduce yourself to them?
So I'm guessing they're on horseback and just going down a path or a road
Yeah.
somewhere. I'd just be on my horse, blocking the road. up ahead, just waiting patiently. Just, reins in my hand, just...
A random guy in the middle of a road on a horse. Okay.
Yeah.
Just coming there on the horse.
Knowing you have to come down this path, I just wait.
Alright, I guess try to like sneak past you on the road.
And I flag you down. I dismount and I draw my great sword and I plant it in the ground and I kneel. Are you my name?
Something I can do for you?
You are the Lady Lennet Vermilion, are you not?
What's it to you?
I have been sent from Neverwinter by the Templars to find you and protect you.
From what exactly?
I do not know. I have only been tasked to find you and protect you until contacted.
I think you're a little late.
I think I can take care of myself. I say, and I like chop off on the horse.
Whether that is the case, I have no choice in the matter. So, I will be accompanying you where you go until further notice.
What do you mean, no choice?
I will be escorting you to wherever you're going without your consent, whether you like it or not. I assure you I mean you no harm, and I step away from my weapon, arms out.
Creepy.
Huh? What did you say, Serafina?
A little creepy. He's
Yes, a little
now a
creepy.
stalker.
All right, at this point I pull out a scroll, and I hand it to Serafina. And it has a seal on it that's not broken.
Okay,
Who sent you in the first place?
open it.
And the scroll says it's basically an accounting from someone called Grandmaster Leoric, and it's a description of the orders I have in the barest detail that I've been sent by someone of grave importance to Lady Vermilion in an effort to protect her, and that the order is from Neverwinter and explains who they are, where they're from, and that I mean no harm, and I have strict orders to accompany her regardless if she likes it or not.
So you think that we should just take you with us without any like information on who you are, or where you're coming from, or
I've already told you, I am from Neverwinter.
well, how do we don't know that the letter is actually fake?
I take off my ring and I hand it to her. It's a Templar ring. I'm just
What do we
holding
do
it up
with
to her.
this guy, Serafina?
I don't know. I need to get pictures of us anyway.
Yeah. I am just in the dark. I am just as in the dark as you are. I've only been tasked to find you and protect you. That's all I know.
You think your sister could shed any light on us?
I don't know. Maybe we should try to talk to her.
You could take him with us that far at least.
I can hear you.
I know. We're having a conversation.
I'm right
Oh,
here.
okay.
Well, I guess we could.
Excellent. And I bonus action summon the sword back into my hand from 20 feet away, and I sheath it, and I hop back on my horse. After you, my lady.
Right. I say, and I go with the horse.
And I just keep a
Like
respectful,
reluctant to have it follow me.
I keep a respectful 10, 20 feet behind, just not to be imposing.
He's a little weird.
He is a little weird, isn't he?
Might keep
Maybe
him on.
we should just ditch him when.
It's a good idea. Oh, I've still got a bottle of that really strong alcohol in my bag.
You do.
Yeah.
Ah. I can think of some interesting uses for that.
Me too.
And so the one shot begins.
That's fine.
So many good opportunities.
I'm thinking that's a good place to pick up the one shot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if you think so.
Yeah, sure.
yeah, I think so. 'Cause, like, you'll be heading to your sister, and then like what you decide to do, who you decide to go to, whether you decide to investigate a little. I'll set up a little something beneath the city, if that's what you're interested in going to, or if you wanted to do more social stuff and go and visit like your favorite people in the city and find out what they need doing and whatever it is you're interested in. Or it may just be ending up a weird episode between the three of you where you run away and try and get a Fifth Templar drunk and tie him to a lamppost and run as far as you can away and see if he can find you. I don't know. We'll
Sounds
prepare
good to
some.
me.
So does that happen like as soon? Well, how far is that in the 2 years that this happens? By the way, like it's
That's after
the
a
end of the 2
year.
years? Okay. Cool.
So with those three then sort of heading on their journey, there's three other new characters to introduce. And then there's a decision about where this journey begins after the 2 years are up. So who wants to start? I need all three to introduce your new characters to us a bit. Just give us a sense of what they're doing over this time so I have a sense of where we're ending up. Who wants to
Let's get
start?
this.
I can go ahead and get one out of the way. It's pretty short and sweet, I think.
Do it.
I love sorry, I almost called it Ura. I love it.
I'm going to call him Ureth forever. I don't know how
We
we're
had
gonna
so
do
much
this.
fun last night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me,
fun.
Matt, and
It's
Bill
such-
coming up with bills.
Wow.
A lot of brainstorming going on.
Kaz, if you need to go to bed, my love, I know you're sick. You can go to bed.
I
And
know,
watch
but I
it.
don't want to miss everyone's introductions.
Oh, would you prefer to do? I mean, we could do the introductions next game if people would prefer.
I don't.
If Kaz okay, I'd like to talk about now.
No.
We
All
can
right.
make it quick, right?
It'd be good to know how to get an idea of.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just do it quick because I need to go to bed as well. So I start stupid
okay.
early.
So, a half-elf monk, Darren Moongazer. See, he was born in the Far East, and there's a forest there. I believe it's pronounced Cormanthor
Yeah.
or Cordomanthor. Within the forest, in basically like a walled monastery. It's called the Circle of the Veiled Spirits. So, my guy's like 324 years old. So, he's in this. He's an old guy. It's not funny, but so the Circle of the Veiled Spirits was basically a very, very small school that was basically built, hundreds of years ago, basically for dedication, for protection of the safeguard of Faerun and everyone inside of it, basically, all the people that live there. So, my guy, Darren has been training for 322 years. That's 322, a lot of time. Studying, learning, training, and just kind of chilling. And then they get word of the Blue Gnome Group. And then, Darren's master's like, Darren's time. You go help save Faerun. So I leave, the monastery and I travel across Faerun, and when I get over there, like it's already over. So I'm kind of late to the party. So for a couple of years, Darren's kind of just like walking the countryside. I've been stuck in this small, like, these walls for like my entire life. So part of me is just trying to figure out like what the world is like, what good I can do, and what my destiny is. And I'm just a wanderer. That's it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Doing good.
Yeah, doing good stuff. Learn what's going on,
Exploring and discovering the world.
exploring. Cause I've been stuck in this like forest, this super small forest forever. So
As a 330-year-old baby.
yeah,
All right.
I'm a badass though. I'm just
Sorry, Bill.
Monk-
how long
monk
were you in
class?
the honest? How long were you in the
322.
322.
322 years.
Sorry, Kaz.
Yeah.
Next.
Let's go next.
Monk is crazy OP, by the way.
Yeah, learning the character last night is pretty OP. I can fucking walk up walls. I can walk over water. I can punch like 4 times in one turn. I cannot be like anything like charmed, whatever, nothing.
65 feet of movement.
65 feet of movement. I am unarmored. I have 18 AC. I mean, like, I'm just going from one OP guy to the next.
You're Donnie Yen, basically. Is that right? All right.
Whatever. This is
Pretty
legit.
awesome.
Okay.
I'll go next. So my guy, Berrigrand, he's a soldier, and he works for. He did work for the Honorborn Mercantile Company, who are like a dwarven company based in Baldur's Gate, but they have investments up and down the Sword Coast, including in the Blue Gnome Emporium. They make kind of fine dwarven arms and armor, and they also do like custom jobs for like kings and that kind of thing. But they're kind of like an upstart dwarven clan. So they moved away from the mountains and lived in the human cities and that kind of thing. So they're kind of viewed as an upstart. They are ruled by a merchant king, and they have a board of directors who are all styled prince and princesses. So the Honorborns are like the family, and then they have loads of other dwarves from other families working for them and stuff. And they're like kind of, I think they're kind of like, they're like Weyland Yutani from Alien.
Yeah.
In that they're really good, and they're like dominant. They've got loads of money, but they're just super greedy, and they just do the really dumb. They're looking for the next dumb thing to make them even more rich and powerful than they already are. So basically, they're trying to make themselves look good in comparison to the mountain dwarven kings. So Berrigrand is a scout, and he's like their chief scout, and he leads an expedition to Phandalin. Gundren Rockseeker bounces back from his wounds, and he goes to the Honorborn, and he's like, "Look, these jackasses I hired before, it didn't work. They destroyed the mine. I want some real dwarven people to help me." He's like, "I'll give you 75% of the profits. I'll just show you where the mine is, and we're gonna get this what is it called? The Forge of
The
Spells? Spellforge?
Spellforge.
Forge spell?
Oh no, the
Spellforge?
No, that's
Forge
the other one,
spells?
isn't it?
Oh my god.
Fuck, I don't even remember.
So many forges.
What's it called? Let's find out.
It was in my.
Forge of Spells. It is
The
called
Forge of Spells.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gundren thinks it wasn't destroyed, so he wants the Honorborn to go lay a claim to the mine. Its location still secret, and he wants them to go help. So Berrigrand leads the expedition. The prince, who's like the heir of the company, comes along with them to like make sure everything goes down okay. But Berrigrand's like the main soldier guy. He's like protecting them. So they get to the mine. It's like totally collapsed, and they spend like about a month or so digging in, and they're trying to like Dungeon's trying to remember. He can't really remember much about it because he was captured most of the time that he was in there. Trying to find the forge and stuff, but what they don't know is that on the other side of like the surface entrance, the Duragar army have tunneled in, and they're looking for the forge as well. And so they're constantly like under attack. They get snuck up on, and basically their entrance is cut off. And Berrigrand says, he's like, "Oh man, we're in a real shit situation. He's like, we can't go back that way. Most of our pickaxes are over there, so we're just gonna have to go. Forget about the forge. We're just gonna go forward." And he leads them into the Underdark, and basically everybody gets wiped. The prince, Gundren, They disappear. All the guys die. It's like they're down there for like 2 months. It's terrible. And eventually, only Berendrand gets to the surface, going through the Underdark and then back out. And only he survives because it is like scout level 12 skills. So he's like, oh man, what do I do? I'm so distraught. So he shaves off his beard, and he quits the company, and he forsakes his family name. So he just goes from Berendrand from now on. He's disgraced. He gets to Waterdeep as the army moves to Zonfal's Tower. He joins them, and he's like, hopefully I'm gonna die now. But then, like, the dragon, like, does something pretty dumb and kills his own army. And he's like, oh, this is just my luck. I'm never going to die here. And he then just, like, kind of spends 2 years from that point just, like, wandering the earth, trying to find a way to gain back his honor. Or die. Trying.
It's awesome.
He's a ranger, and what was his? He's got the unearthed arcana.
So, shadow something.
It's like
the sneaky sneaks one.
deep stalker or something
Yeah,
like
that's
that.
it.
Which is like the Underdark speciality, like ambushes and that kind of thing.
Very cool.
Love that.
My character is a 14-year-old girl, a gnome, and her name's Bori. So she basically there's this old human guy who owns like a mending shop in Waterdeep. Very, very like basic, just like like a guy you would take to repair like your watch strap or something. Like owned this shop forever, and this girl just started like coming in the shop and kind of messing around with his stuff and like telling him she could like fix things better than he could. And at first he thought she was really annoying, and then realized she had like an insane natural talent for like fixing things and just tinkering and engineering in general. So he started like trying to like test her with things, like seeing if she could fix things, and got ever more complicated. And she's just like, for a girl, insanely good at tinkering. Very, very like intelligent, but also like a complete buffoon at the same time. And basically started coming back every day. And he kind of realized that she seemingly had no like home or family or friends or anything, just kind of took her in, but nothing was ever really said, just kind of happened. And he kind of would just helped her progress and just see where her skills could go, but more out of curiosity than anything. So she kind of, has just grown up with this guy in his shop. But he recently passed away, and she's kind of inherited the shop, but not legally. She just is kind of there, and like no one's, she kind of just runs the shop because she doesn't know what else to do. But is like really keen for adventure and a big fanboy of the Blue Gnome Group. Really wants to be an adventurer and a hero and do something meaningful, but doesn't really know how to go about it, or just has that yearning. Doesn't really know. She's a bit lost since like the shop owner passed away. Since he passed away, to keep herself company, she spent pretty much all of her time building herself a 7-foot mechanical bear that she's named Mr. Runkle, who lives in the shop with her, and she's too afraid to take outside, so the only world he's known so far is just in this shop. And he spends most of his time just destroying things and eating furniture. She dresses him up like she, as much as like she's an amazing engineer and a tinkerer and stuff, and creates, like, she has like a magical ability as well. doesn't really know why. It just seems like something inside her that comes out every now and again, and she uses in like the creation of objects, and she can like cast some very basic spells. Doesn't have a great grasp on it. But yeah, as much as she can do all of those stuff and has an insane ability to do it, she's still a kid, so she spends a lot of her time like making herself hats or like dressing up her bear. And he tends to wear a poncho and occasionally like a bowler hat or something like that. But she's had some people recently come around asking about the shop. About like the owner, and people getting a bit suspicious that she always says like the owner's ill or out. A few like regulars noticing people asking questions. She's getting ever more concerned that like people are going to come and take the shop away. So she's started getting a bit more adventurous with like her tinkering, and she started designing a weapon for her bear, like weaponizing her bear. So she's building like a cannon into the chest of the bear as like a defense mechanism in case anyone tries to take the shop from her. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Using the artificer.
Yeah.
Unearthed Arcana.
She's an artificer class.
And it's the gunsmith, is that right? The gunner.
Gunsmith, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's technically going to be using a ranged weapon, but the ranged weapon will be the cannon that's built into the bear.
Which you're gonna ride.
Which she is gonna ride.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck, Cass.
Awesome. So a gunsmith, a monk, a Templar, which is an Eldritch Knight, a high-level wizard, a rogue, and a ranger. Deep Stalker Ranger. Gonna end up coming together. Whereabouts in the Sword Coast, or even where in Faerun, would you like this group to come together?
Like Tugs, you can't wander too far away from Waterdeep, can you? I mean, I don't know.
Is the shop in Waterdeep?
The shop's in Waterdeep, yeah. Mainly so that she was in the same rough kind of location.
How would a 14-year-old kid just set foot and travel the? I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's it. I mean, yeah, I mean, either she could just kind of, she could just get booted out of the shop and not know what to do, so just kind of, try and go off on an adventure, or like maybe, some members of she could. I was thinking maybe like if she spotted some members of the Blue Gnome Group, like Seraphina and Lennis, maybe she'd try and just like hitch a ride secretly, just try and like jump on the like as part of the group or something like that.
With a 7-foot bear.
Like stow away with a 7-foot bear. Yeah. I don't know.
So with Berograd, I think he's probably like dirt poor. Like he's just doing kind of really menial adventuring jobs. He's like guarding caravans, so you can kind of move from place to place. He's probably based near Waterdeep, so Waterdeep probably works.
Okay.
But he's like, oh, I'll kill this group of goblins and literally do it with my eyes closed and get paid like 10 gold. Like that kind of. It's like, oh, that's gonna last me like a couple of nights at this inn, So he's just he just hasn't found the opportunity yet to do something meaningful.
So the only trick with Waterdeep is that it's going to be difficult to feel like a complete separation between old game and new game. That you're going to have like the dancing Cyclops is still there, and you're probably going to see Ureth hanging around, which is, I mean, it's fine if that's what you want to do as a group. If you prefer to do something kind of completely separate, there are lots of smaller villages around Waterdeep, like Yartar, for example. Yartar's a sort of a down and out type of place. It's like the bars there are full of like pirates and cultists of a different kind, and the place is, it's still a sort of functioning village and it works, but it's not like it's a smaller place.
Definitely sounds like somewhere Barrowground would hang out. I
Yeah.
reckon.
Or what we could do is like maybe if things happen in all of our like stories that mean that we have to go on the run, like we have to, something happens and you have to get like as far away from like Waterdeep as possible, and we all kind of like meet up on the run or something. Like, we'll be involved in like an incident that means the
It'd be kind of cool, like some kind of
buzz
weird.
are after us.
I could
Yeah,
like
it'd be-
that idea. It's pretty cool.
I was thinking like
Crazy.
I was thinking like maybe like with Bori, like the guards come to take the shop away from her because it's not rightfully hers, and then she has like a standoff with them with a giant armored bear. She won't give up the shop.
And this group of people, all of whom, like, for various reasons, are deliberately doing good. Like, the Templar is set to protect people who use magic, and the monk has been trained his entire life to protect the innocent, and now is exploring the world, and she represents like the most exotic and eccentric and the most oppressed and vulnerable, and Beregoth is looking to regain his honor, and this vulnerable creature, like all of these people, including even like Lenneth, still looking for like, I mean, she's always looking for higher magic, but beyond that, she's, I'm guessing, looking for trying to think of the word, like she's looking.
Enlightenment. I don't know.
No, it's
Weird.
it's to overcome the bad act that she did, I guess. Like the one bad thing, the mark in her ledger that she's trying to wipe out. Even Lenneth is redemption, I guess. And Seraphina, Seraphina's just Seraphina. Like she's always doing good. And I guess the young girl probably reminds her of her brother or her family, who were all about that age when they went missing. So would probably hook into her in that way. So if that was something you're interested in, there could be like an incident around the girl, and then the group kind of bands together and bolts as a kind of we'll protect this girl sort of move. I don't know.
Well, would it make more sense to, because Lenneth, I mean, Ellen, you guys are going towards Cormyr, right?
Yeah, and Cormanthor isn't that far away, isn't it?
So I was saying, like, would it make sense for all this to happen on the way back from there, on the way to there, or what? Because if we're going to meet, like, near Waterdeep, it'd just be hard if you guys are on the other side of the Faerun, right?
Well, I think that me and Seraphina talked a bit about that before today, and it was more like that going to Cormyr to just like do the Lenneth part of the story, but then more like adventure out and do other things together.
We'd just be off randomly adventuring, doing stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Cavs, is it, I mean, as far as, like, time, in 2 years, would someone go from, like, Waterdeep to Cormyr, then back? Is that?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know how far Cormyr is away, but years. Yeah, you could definitely travel that in years.
Maybe on the way back, we're, like,
Cormyr's
leaving
not.
Waterdeep, and then we run in each other, maybe? I don't know.
So the girl running from the situation she's
Yeah.
got herself caught in, and the monk and the ranger looking, like, strolling the world, looking for money and redemption, and
Maybe, yeah.
Monk looking
It
for
makes
his
sense. I
students.
mean, Bear could be actually, like, not living there, but staying there for a couple of days or something, maybe. Maybe I'm wandering through, and they're on the way back from Cormyr, then... I don't know.
all right.
Incident in a village.
Incident in a village somewhere between Cormyr and Waterdeep.
Yeah.
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 So it's like it's somewhere new you haven't been before. It's like a fresh start in a strange village. Matt, you seem like
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So would you want that to be the first thing that happens in the next game, or something that's already happened?
I don't know. Probably I don't know. What do you reckon?
I quite like the idea that it's already something that's happened. It's just like,
So like I'll describe it as the first thing that we do, like is describe that incident as having happened, and then, or you want to write it into your stories as a kind of like this thing happens in.
I don't know.
What about it's up to you two, but what about something like if it's gonna be really confusing because I was gonna call my guy Bear, but now you've got a bear. So maybe we'll stick to Bearagran, but maybe something like he's like he's walking back from the pub, he's drunk or something, in the middle of the day probably, and like he sees this small child gnome, having a standoff with the guards, and something like he's like, hey, leave her alone, blah 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 blah, and why if I just kill one of them? Or something like that, or like they I'm like a drunk dwarf with no family and like a bad character or whatever. Maybe they attack me and I attack them back and accidentally shoot one. And maybe you help or something.
Yeah,
like
between us we just accidentally kill someone, yeah. Yeah, I love it.
Look, I can't believe this happened. It's like, and I'm the experienced one. I'm like, look, we need to leave. I know this place.
Oh my god.
Yata. We can lay, I'll take you there, as far as there, and we'll find some way to get you set up and make sure you're okay. And then we find an adventure.
And I'm like, okay, let me get my giant bear. And then
Wait, you guys would kill a dog Waterdeep?
Well, yeah. So maybe
you're gonna
the Night of Storm. Oh my god, yours is gonna be the villain. This is terrible.
Hunted by the Stormhammer Knights.
Stormhammer Knights are gonna chase you.
Perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, awesome.
So good.
It's a different kind of group altogether.
Outlaws.
Oh no!
Misunderstood outlaws.
Yeah.
I pushed him, he slipped and fell, and his head hit on the spike, and he died.
Billy, what about you?
I think if you guys are retreat towards the altar, which makes sense, maybe if that's the case, maybe I'm there. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it'd be kind of convenient if I'm wandering into the town at the same time. Maybe I'm already there traveling, or I'm there doing something. I mean,
We find you on the road.
yeah.
What if we find you on the road and you think something dodgy?
Like a little child, is he harming you? You could say, you're running away because someone's after you. I could tag along. And then maybe we could, something else. I mean, by that point, I'm sure Cavs might have something actually, happen. Maybe, I don't know. I think maybe if we do that, and then if we run into, Seraphina and Lenneth, then, my guy was trying to come help the Blue Gnome Group in a way, so I feel I ain't gonna say obligated to help, but, see what good we can do. I don't know.
I know it's a super cliche, but I think all good adventures start at a pub.
Yeah.
So the idea we were just laying low in this dodgy part of town with a mechanical bear.
Yeah.
With a few, a good number of you on the run and a good number of you just kind of looking out for the other half.
Yeah.
All right. So the six of you, with an incident having happened in Waterdeep, find yourselves in a bar somewhere between Waterdeep and Cormyr, and drinking, laying low, and trying to do good and atone for the many sins of your past. And I guess we'll find out what happens next time.
Yeah.
So, let's book it in.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah. We're level 12, right?
As
Yes.
soon as possible, Cabs.
Yeah.
Get to work.
So I need to. I reckon it's going to take me 2 weeks to get it sorted, and then because I don't want to phone it in, and I want what we're going to do is we're going to have a new Roll20 thing, and there'll be season 3. I'll invite everybody in through the Roll20 system, and then I'll set up character sheets on the new system. You can put in your character sheets and get me if you find any minis you want me to use. Then let me know. Otherwise, I'll find minis for you. And we can always update.
Where will we find minis?
So in Roll20,
Roll20.
you can have a look at the Roll20 packs, but also if you Google tokens, in Google Images, you can find them, and if you find one, you can send it to me, and I'll either find a transparent copy or I will make it transparent using Photoshop, so I can use it in Roll20.
Or you can do it legally and buy it like I did.
Yeah, sometimes you can do that. If I know where they come from, I can buy it, and I would. They're cheap as anything, but some of them aren't Roll20 or some of them aren't purchasable.
Can I buy it for you if I find something?
On Roll20 you can gift it. If you find a pack.
Works for
Just-
me.
If it's pack 13, don't buy it.
I have so many packs now.
I gave you a bunch. I gave Jimmy a bunch.
Yeah, I've got a bunch.
Yeah,
Cheers.
when are you going to do the character sheet thing so we can go ahead and do that sometime this week?
Yeah, I'll get that sorted. Possibly I can do it now.
Well, I suppose I'll do it sometime this week or next weekend.
So we'll say Monday the 6th.
Wow. But yeah.
Yeah? Kath?
Yeah, we've got a game on the 5th, but that's fine.
Sunday and Monday, D&D ND.
D&D.
Makes
You guys
sense.
want to do a one-shot or something maybe next
We've got to get
weekend?
the
I don't know.
one shot in, and the other game as well.
The other game's easy. I don't need time to prepare that one because it's already ready. The one shot is just that's gonna take a bit of prep.
And the one on the 5th you actually have to create a character for as well.
Yeah, I know. The problem is that the 5th is a day that I would use to prepare D&D.
I know, that's why I'm just pointing it out.
It's a lot.
Three weeks seems like a long time though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
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 Got a lot of time.
We'll probably spend most of the episode anyway just kind of talking to each other and RPing, and we'll have to have a whole lot of campaign stuff, right?
Yeah, I think I can do it. I've got a day. I'll do it. I'll do it. 6th. It's fine. Sorted. 6th. Is it the 6th?
Right.
Yeah, 6th. Monday the 6th. 2 weeks today. Game 1, Season 3. Let's do it.
Hells yeah.
Is
Sweet.
there any special reason to why we start at 7:30?
To be honest, earlier would be better for me, but I understand if people need to get home and get dinner and stuff.
Because it's really late for us when we start at that time.
What
so
time would
it-
you prefer? Like
just-
an hour earlier or half an hour earlier?
Maybe it's just an idea. Because it's we always go on very late.
And it's an
So,
hour later for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, half six would be
So
great.
if the people are going up to work
Half
and
six is perfect.
Does it work for you guys?
I might struggle with 6:30 at the moment. In a couple of months it should be fine, but at the moment I might struggle with it. But I can just see when I can get back.
it's not something that has to be done right now. Just so.
Well, why don't we do 7? Why don't we do for the next
I
one
was gonna say,
7?
if we stagger it and do 7 for a couple of weeks,
And then see if we
my
can't get it
work
to
quietens
6:30
down.
once you get your work better.
Yeah, it's just a manic time for me at the moment, so I can't really guarantee.
Yeah.
I got home at 6:30 today, so
That would be really great because we don't start until like 8:30 our time.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult to stay up that late.
if
Alright,
we
let's do
make,
s-
we
let's do
make sure we
7.
finish earlier. Because sometimes when we have started earlier, we just carry on. We might have to have a timer.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we go from if ultimately we aim to go from 6:30 till like 10:30 or 11, that should be plenty of time, shouldn't it? But for the next one, we'll do 7 till 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4 hours. We'll try and do that. It's going to end up being midnight, but we'll try for 7 till 11 on the 6th.
7 your time, yeah?
Yeah, so 8
Alright.
your time, and then we'll try and bring it back to 6:30 if we can get Kaz's work sorted. My
It
work
should
too.
be fine in a
sometimes.
couple of months. I've just got a really busy time.
Yeah, that's yeah. We don't want to start without you. If we say 7 and if we say 6:30 and it ends up being 7, that's dumb. So let's go for 7, get it right, and then we'll see if we can't get it earlier.
Awesome. I have to go sleep.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Bye, guys.
GG.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
Cabs.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Maybe see Lenneth and Matthew sooner.
Oh yeah.
That'll be fun, yeah.
Do you want to book a date for that?
Sure.
Yeah.
The 31st, we have our game here. That's
I
a
think
Tuesday.
that I can do any day. Now, apart from
Can't do the 31st anyway, so that works well.
Can we do the 30th?
Monday, yeah.
Kaz?
Yes. I think so.
Alright, let's do Monday the 30th then.
Can we pencil that in? I just need to check something at work, but that should be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool. Sounds good.
What time?
7?
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, Cabs.
Beans.
I sent you a picture of what you need to imagine that the Knights of Stormhammer look like. There you go. Just for RP purposes, right?
Yes. Yes. Totally.
Cool, guys. I'll see you later.
Bye, Cassie.
Laters.
Get well.
Thank you.